Just comb your hair, go and wash your face. It's been a real long time since you've seen the light of day. So let thoughts come as they may, beauty and parade. Everybody all smiles when you're back in the seat again. All aboard the Day Express to a beautiful darkness. It's full steam ahead to ride the rails to our next destination. Yeah!
Hey guys, it's Mo from Mo in the Deep End, and we are going to finish up a little bit of day one on the last little bit of day one on the Skelton brothers, but I don't see day two having been posted, so I don't know if day two is on a delay, but this does kind of help us out because we can slide back on in to day three of Stacy Rodriguez as we're waiting for them to start day two of the probate hearing. Because they said it was going to be 3 days, but they don't have day, two even set up for streaming. So I do not know what's going on, but we will continue here. Thank you, Wolfram, for doing your Modly Mod duties, and Tammy for joining us, and Penny, and all you lurkers out there. Can I tell y'all that this testimony was hard last night? Listening to this mother have to, talk about the moment where she, had the conversation within herself that her sons were probably not coming home and not going to, ever be alive again or weren't alive anymore. I can't imagine that. But without more, jibber jabbering from me, we're going to get started.
You learned about the curio cabinet being destroyed?
I saw that because they did take me to the house. They said, we know you didn't live here, but it hasn't been that long since you've lived here, and you might be able to point out things that might not be obvious, except that everything was destroyed.
Now, there was a suicide note that was written to you. You aware of that?
I know there was one written. I've never seen it.
Okay. Were you told about it?
Yes.
Okay. In these updates, were you being told about the lies that John was telling about the different scenarios of where the children could be?
I don't think really in the beginning right away. I know it's just, that time was so foggy for me.
I understand.
Because I felt like I was living somebody's nightmare.
Right. It's okay. We only want you to talk about what you remember.
Yeah.
Okay. Remember in our conversations, we don't want to guess.
Right.
We only want to talk about what you know.
Correct.
Okay. At some point, and this was not very long after November 26, 2010, the FBI came to you and told you that your children are probably not alive.
Correct.
Do you remember that?
I do.
Did you want to believe it?
No.
Did you want to hold out hope that they were alive? Yeah.
And I did for quite a while.
Okay. So, at some point, this case gets turned over to the Michigan State Police. Mm-hmm. You have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. And you meet Detective Sergeant at the time, Jeremy Brewer.
Yes, I did.
And I think you and Mr. Brewer became very close. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I think you had many in-depth discussions with Mr. Brewer about what happened in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
And at some point, you knew that your children were no longer alive.
Correct.
Do you remember when that was?
I don't remember the exact moment. I think it came on slowly, and that I logically, I said from day one, my sons are smart. If my sons are out there in the world with someone they don't know, One of them, because the three of them worked together very well. One of them, and more than likely it would have been Alexander. He was my more vocal, social.
Middle
Will just tell the
kiddo.
person next to them, this isn't my mom or dad. And I know that if you call this number, my mom will answer. And
And in fact, they knew how to call 911
they did.
because they'd done it, correct?
I found that out.
Do you know who killed your children?
John Skelton.
Is there any doubt in your mind that John Skelton killed your children?
There is no doubt in my mind.
Is there any doubt in your mind that John Skelton killed your children on November 26th, on or about November 26th, 2010?
No, there is no doubt.
You know if your children were alive, they would have found you.
Yes, they would have.
So today they would all be adults, correct?
Correct.
So any explanation that you've ever been told or heard about why John Skelton would have hidden them, they're adults today.
Correct.
They could walk through that door right now,
Wish they could,
but they can't.
Oh,
Why is that?
because John killed them.
I know a lot of people have asked questions about why are you doing this?
Correct.
And you and I have had some long discussions about that. We talked about a headstone. And I know that one of the things you wanted to make clear to the court is that it's important to you that you want to be able to put a date on that headstone. Is that right?
Yes.
And is that date November 26, 2010?
Yes.
You're asking the court to declare what you know happened, that John Skelton killed your children on November 26, 2010. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you think this shows respect to the children that we are doing this?
Yes, it does.
oh, thank you. I just want to give her a hug, and I know I'm an awkward hugger, so I'd end up patting her very beautiful stacked bob, and then I'd mess up her beautiful hair. But I want to give her a hug, because imagine having to fight to put the right, to admit to yourself that you lost your sons, 15 years ago. Imagine having to fight for that and having to have this be public, having to have your dirty laundry, your ex-husband's craziness all splashed over everywhere. And I realize it's hypocritical of me to be saying that as I'm streaming this. But to have to put your motives out there because people are going to inevitably question them, when we should all just respect that this is a mother trying to get some kind of closure in this life. But the fact that we have to address, her motivations means that there are some a-holes out there that would question, what her motivation is for coming out now. Because people are moronic. Welcome, 80s Music Man.
Because their dad showed them no respect. And I shouldn't even say their dad. John Skelton showed them no respect. Because any loving father would not have done what he did. And I owe them the respect that we may not have their bodies, but they're still, their life still meant something, and there is a place to go.
They deserve a death certificate.
They do.
Tanya, I'm proud of you and the courage you've shown.
Thank you.
I have no further questions at this time.
Go ahead and stay. Thank you. Hi, I know you testified that the boys would all be adults now, but can you tell us exactly how old Andrew would be today?
Andrew would be 20. I'm gonna get it wrong because it's 25, but he would be 23.
Okay. And what about Alexander?
He would be 21.
And Tanner?
And Tanner would be 19.
Okay. Earlier, you testified that you didn't want to be present at the time that the house was searched by Officer Hilliard on November 26th of 2010 in case they found something. Did you have that initial gut feeling on that day at that time that the boys were no longer alive?
I don't know that I had the initial gut feeling, but something told me that this wasn't just a case that a friend, as John Skelton told me, had the boys. When the door was wedged shut and we couldn't get into the house, that's just not normal. People don't do that. And so I think in the back of my mind, I was afraid that we were going to find.
Well, and you have to remember, this is after 2 attempts to kidnap, all of the boys and then some of the boys to Florida. This is after him, letting fly her offender status. This is after him, creating a fake person on Cafe Mom to talk to her. I mean, not that she knew all of those things at that time, but she was not without, basic pattern recognition that this was probably going to end up nowhere good. And honestly, I probably would not have gotten into the house either, not knowing. It's hard enough that this woman doesn't have an answer as to what happened to her sons. I can imagine knowing the answer because you walked into a grisly crime scene is probably equally as bad. So I would not have, gone in there, and I can understand why she wouldn't have.
Find 3 bodies in there, and I didn't want to be there for that.
You've heard some testimony today about the children and passports, and it sounds like none of the law enforcement were 100% sure on that question. So can you answer that question of whether the
They
children
do
had
not
them?
have passports.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And over the years, what all did you personally do to help attempt to find the boys?
Oh my goodness. We first off, social media sharing, missing flyers, aiding with age progression through National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Any interview that I could do, we did a story with John Walsh. He came out. Podcast, I can't tell you how many people I've talked to on podcasts or done countless interviews with anybody to just get the information out there.
Did you participate in any of the searches that were done?
I did not.
Okay.
Well, and I know this is an aside because I didn't want to plug like, hey, come on my channel. But y'all, I am able to finally fit in. It's a small personal victory, but the best and most awesome stupid t-shirt ever. I'm going to stand up so you can see it because it's on the boobular region, but oh, well, it had a wrinkle on the boobular region. But y'all, Mr. Mo is going to stop playing Russian roulette with if you can wear it, we are, if you wear it right now, we won't pitch it out. Well, because I'm deflating, he is 2 for 2 loss on that particular genre of arguments. But, it's also, then he told me that he would take me out for chips and salsa for date night tonight. And I was like, Mr. Mo, you have never looked more sexy. I was like, but you'd look sexier if I was allowed to get a margarita. So how we working on that? And he was like, I think that could be appropriate. And I was like, hells yeah. The sad thing is I know they're loaded in sugar and I get the blended one. And I know they're loaded in sugar and way more alcohol than I ever put in my own drinks. Y'all, I am literally holding on beyond, my level of crippleness regularly. But I am always holding on to Mr. Mo's arm once we leave the Mexican restaurant. Listen, just between you, me, and the birds in the trees, middle child owes his existence, his very existence, to a Mother's Day margarita. So, I'm just saying, margaritas for everyone today. If you drink. If you don't drink, then chips and salsa. Good morning, Kathy Michelle. They're going to have to bring out extras. I'm bringing the whole fam.
Why not?
I couldn't. Family did. I was just,
Did you have that same fear that you had on November 26th?
I think so. I was living somebody's nightmare. And at that point, I didn't know what end was up. So to go out.
And I think this case I do want to highlight because I know there's going to be some moron as this, goes out through the interwebs that's going to say, well, you're totally petty when, Megan Boswell and Letitia Stout didn't help finding their kids and she didn't go look for her kids. So why are you giving her a pass? Is it because she's fluffy? Is it because you feel a kinship with her? No. No, there are distinct reasons why I think it would be, kind of absolutely mentally, spiritually imperative that maybe a parent not be the first person to, come across the scene of their deceased children. There's a difference in these cases, and if you're so myopic and don't understand context to the point that you can't understand that there are distinct fact patterns in the Letitia Stalk, Megan Boswell camp, and then this woman, well, then I invite you to go to Remedial Hooked on Phonics. It didn't work for me, but maybe it'll work for you and we can all come back a little smarter.
Out and participate in public, and no offense to media, but I was nowhere ready to face anybody with a camera or a microphone.
Okay. Now, there was testimony regarding Alexander calling 911 on that day that he was with John and, felt scared or alone or that
Right.
he couldn't find his dad when both of them had been in the house the whole time. So did you teach your kids about 911?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we, along with your ABCs and your 1, 2, 3s and your address and your name and who's your mom and who's your dad, and you learn about, that was just an automatic mom thing. You teach them about 911, and like I said, Alex was fascinated with phones anyway, so am I surprised that he's the one that would have done something like that? No. He was my very vocal child.
Okay. And do you believe that if your sons were out there and had the opportunity to call 911 in the past 15 years, they would have?
Definitely.
And you heard the testimony today from all of the law enforcement personnel that the boys hadn't been heard from or seen since November 26, 2010, correct?
Correct.
Does that lead you to believe as well that the boys are deceased?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
If you're comfortable, I'd like to hear a little bit about the dynamics between you and John and what that environment was like. And if you're not comfortable enough to share, I understand.
No.
Oh my God, this judge, my faith in humanity just grew five sizes, which, I mean, as a slender size 2 in faith in humanity, bordering on a size 0. In fact, the only thing in extra small in my entire personality is my faith in humanity most of the part. But I am now a size medium because of the way that this judge respected humanity of this mother, and knowing that it kind of goes into details that they wouldn't really be covering on a probate, hearing. But maybe this is a catharsis. I mean, I know Tanya's been able to talk to other people and give interviews, but this is on the record. This is her being able to take some of that power away from John, because John has had the power of knowing where these boys are for 15 years. And she's taking that power back by, giving them a day to honor their passing, by acknowledging reality, and by, having a place where she can go talk to her sons. I can't imagine the heartbreak of every 2 years, the, missing and exploited children coming to her asking for help with age progressed pictures of her sons, getting to see the boys, the men that her sons could have grown into. That has to be a death in and of itself every single time she has to go through this. So what an amazing show of humanity from the judge, just asking, hey, could you maybe explain, could you give me a fuller picture? Because if you come in on the back end of this, it all seems like, did he just suddenly go crazy? What was going on? Because we haven't really dug into those things. And honestly, I've watched a couple of Tanya's interviews, but it always felt so almost voyeuristic. And I never draw the parallels between myself and her, but she has three boys and I have three boys. And I didn't realize why I would honestly want to turn off the interview every time she started talking. Not because I didn't like her, but because it deeply affected me. So I do think it's amazing that, the judge did take that time to ask her that.
I thought we were in a happy marriage. I mean, couples have problems, they have fights. He had at one point mentioned that he would like to move to Florida, or at least go down there and try to look for a job. And I said to him, I said, we can't just uproot and move to Florida. School just started, there's processes. When are you thinking you want to do this? And this was like the weekend before he took them to Florida. And he said, well, in a couple months or whatever. And I said, because of my criminal past, there are things I have to look into before I can just up and move.
So she literally had the rug just taken up from her, because I want to go back into this timeline. All right, because she said that this was the weekend before. So September 18th, 2010, John calls and demands that they move to Florida. Now on September 13th, John then took the boys out of school without telling Tanya, saying that, and telling the school, front office lady, hey, we're going to need to, transfer their files. We're moving to Florida. And now, being the busybody that most Miss Kravitz front school administrators are, she decided to call Tanya for the first time, actual gossip and small towns work out. But they find out that he's taken the boys to Florida. So Tanya immediately goes on the 13th, talks to 911, talks to cops, and they say, I'm sorry, it's a civil issue. On the 15th, she is given exclusive rights in Michigan to the boys. So, and then on the 30th, they finally get back into the state. Everything seems to settle down, for a little bit. But there are two attempts to take the boys within the month of September and I believe November to Florida. Just so this woman had her entire life just yoinked out from under her because she didn't want to move to freaking Florida.
I can't just,
And this was back in the hang-in Chad, area or time period, timeline. So I can understand why you wouldn't want to move to Florida. It was 2010, y'all. We were, still trying to get back from the butterfly ballots and everything.
we have to find out. And I said, I can make those phone calls on Monday, say, what do I have to do to move? Apprehensive about it, just because Morency's a small town. Everybody there knew what I had done. I had paid my time. I was welcomed back into the community. Going somewhere new where nobody knows me. I think ultimately that was John Skelton's goal, was to get me where I didn't have family and friends and I had to rely on him. So when I got the phone call from the school, I was completely shocked because I was like we all went to bed at the same time last night in the house, and he was supposedly going to work, but apparently he left but didn't go to work because he came back and took the boys from school, and I don't know, I'm just...
Did you feel at other times as though there was an attempt to isolate or create a situation where you were dependent on him?
He was very jealous of any relationship that I had with, whether it was my parents, my siblings, my children, my daughters, my sons, friends, and I find out after the fact the whole cafe mom thing. He was very jealous of that.
And it becomes your normal. If you've lived with this, I think they got married in, let me looks at notes here, trying to remember how I coordinated these notes since I wrote on front and back. So they got married in 2002. I mean, if this has been your general kind of relationship sort of climate, this might be normal to you. You know, why are you spending so much time with this? You know, so when she's having a hard time kind of picking out when did this start, honestly, it just kind of becomes background noise. You just kind of know, like, okay, look, if I say that I'm going out, you know, to the grocery store, I need to bring home a receipt, because if I don't, then he's going to assume I was driving out talking to men. Like, it just becomes natural. Like, yeah, I'm showing you the receipt to show you I went to the grocery store. This is the time that I came back home. This is the amount of money I spent. That becomes kind of normal to you. Or, hey, yeah, I know that the odometer says that I went 10 miles more, but that's because I had to go to the gas station. Like, it just starts becoming something that is just part of your background noise. So it is interesting to kind of sadly see myself and be able to kind of explain how it is really hard to kind of figure out where this starts, because it kind of is baked in. So it's not sort of its separate ingredient. It was right at the beginning when you were making the cake. After you make the cake, you can't separate out, you know, well, this part's definitely the flour, because it all just seems kind of mixed in there. If that makes any sense, I don't know. It is raining here and it is cold, so my mileage may vary.
He had gone through a divorce with his first wife, and she came and got custody of his daughter, and so he lost his daughter, and I never wanted to have that be something between us, but I think that I don't even know where his mind was or what. It's like he became somebody different overnight.
Was there ever any other time that he had done something sort of just rash and impulsive that you couldn't necessarily explain?
Not really that I can think of. I mean, he liked to drink and like binge drink, and then he was, I don't even know how to explain it. In looking back, he was all about himself, and it was his needs and wants before anybody else's, and just he was on the road a lot with the truck. So a lot of times I felt like I was a single mom anyways, because he was gone for days at a time. So the boys and I had a routine. And then he would come home and things would be good for a couple days when he was home, and then I don't know if it was insecurities but for the most part we went camping, the boys played soccer, we always outside playing. He was building a treehouse in the backyard for the boys and kind of starting to teach them about building and making cuts and using a hammer, and then it was like one day this switch flipped and just became somebody that none of us recognized.
And if you don't think she has gone back with like a forensic, like one of those little lice combs, trying to figure out her relationship. Did she see something? Did she not see something? If you don't think she has, you know, all of this, you know, that she has micro-analyzed to the nth degree to try to figure out if she missed something, if there was something that she could have seen. Kelly, it has never been brought up if he had a toxicology of any sort. Now, what I do notice about him, and I have kept in touch with this case for a lot longer, you know, again, holding out that hope that maybe those boys did go in the underground mafia, no matter how stupid that sounded. It does seem that he was one of the type of, and there are different sects, but an insecure man that after he was taken to prison and his family have clung to the she is a terrible woman, was a terrible woman, you know, Tanya was abusive. He's cloaked a lot of his actions in sanctimony and religion. Again, trying to, you know, say that God wasn't happy with her destroying the family and, you know, different things. So some people don't need drugs to have an excuse that they think is good enough to do something heinous. Let's see if they've put anything up on this for day 2. Not that I can see. So we will go over and switch to day 3. Sorry about that, because they did say that they would be covering all 3 days of the Skelton brothers trial. But looks like we are waiting, or maybe courts in, well, I do think Michigan, they might be getting hit with the big storm, because while I am getting rain down here, they are getting a heck ton of snow, I do believe. I could be very wrong about that. I did not watch Ryan Hall this morning. I got stuck watching, look, y'all, if there is something that will make you cry, I don't know why today I decided to watch, you know, just tons of compilations of that little, you know, survivor cancer, young boy who got, you know, the honorary Secret Service thing. I don't know, just him smiling and giving, you know, the Secret Service director a hug, and then, you know, his dad just beaming. Bawling, ugly crying this morning. So I did not check the weather. To be fair, I did fix my foundation, so I do not look like a giraffe right now. Now it does look like we get to, no, this is day 4. We are on day 3. This could be a problemo. Oh, there's day 3. Now, I wanted to say, oh, we're in green now. So now she looks like a daggone forest ranger. Oh, good Lord. All right. I do not know why they refuse to soften this young lady.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Let me boost the sound and
The
lower
statement
me
called
so I
against
won't blow your eardrums out. And I promise
thank you.
not to play Lord Chippy while
Sir, if
we're
you'll come forward
doing
and have a
this.
seat on the witness stand, and before you sit down, if you'll raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you. Go ahead and have a seat. Mr. McCormick, go ahead and proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Burrows, when you're seated and comfortable, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jerry Burrows. It's Burroughs.
All right. And turning your attention to October of 2021, were you employed with the Greeley Police Department?
I was.
All right. And how long were you with the Greeley Police Department?
Just under 12 years with them and 13 years total of law enforcement experience.
Have you since left the Greeley Police Department?
I have.
And have you relocated out of state?
Yes.
And how long have you been gone from the Greeley Police Department?
Over a year.
Now, during October of 2021, were you assigned to any particular divisions within the Greeley Police Department?
Yes, I was assigned to investigations.
And what are the primary duties and responsibilities as a detective with the investigations unit?
Primarily, it's to assist patrol with bigger investigations, things that are more complex or take more time. We get assigned cases that we have to go through, or we're called out to scenes if we're on call, or if there's more resources that are needed for patrol.
Were you employed with the Greeley Police Department in
Okay,
October?
that reminds me of something. I am not tangenting for no purpose, though. I am not tangenting for no purpose. All right, well, except that I'm not trying to hurt you with crinkly wrappers. I have turned them up as loud as I can get them with the sound boosters as well. So I have turned myself down so you can turn them up more. But let me see if, I do believe there was another stream we could
right,
follow. Oh, no, I didn't want to do that. You redonkulous buttholes. No, I don't want my own coverage. Are you kidding me? That's not helpful in the least. Thank you. Someone else was covering this and I thought they had a little better audio. Let's see.
And again, is the time
Okay, yeah, they have much better audio. So I'm getting this from Justice is a Process. Please make sure that you give them a shout out or a, a subscribe. But it seems like they are slightly louder.
95 through 106.
How is that?
108 through 130, 139, 140, 171, 172, 174, 175, 178 through 186, 195, 211, and 213 through 216. Mr. McCormick, did I get those accurately labeled?
yes, sir.
All right, I will admit those into the record, and you may publish where appropriate.
Okay. Through the course of your investigation, did you also work to secure certain records such as phone records,
Yes,
as Facebook records and social media records?
correct.
All right.
I don't want to cut off, this logo. Thank you so much for joining us. This is Sarah. But I also did want to tell you guys about, now they have plus-sized, loose socks. These are clinically loose socks from Amazon. So if you have leg nerve issues and tight socks really bother you, I did want to let you know. So I just put in on Amazon basically loose socks and they pulled up. Now, I do have smaller feet than they anticipate that you would have if you were plus sized and in need of loose, socks. But for the purposes of keeping, both Hagatha and Earl, warm, they help. So, and they come in fun colors, but I just thought I'd let you know if you too struggle with socks that also hurt you because they're too tight. I will say they're really, really comfy. So, even for, I like to let y'all know what I find when I find stuff that works, at least for me.
I'm going to just a minute. Hand you a packet of DVDs, Mark Peoples 94, 189, 190, 192.
So I believe what we're getting in now is some of the cell phone dump kind of information. So all of the notebook stuff, or not the notes, because I think those will have to come in with Hosanna herself, but some of the other Google data we might be getting in through this person. And I right now, I started watching the Kowalski versus Jay Hatch a few weeks ago. Ironic to learn that you also have CRPS. Treating it, I have kind of exhausted my resources in the state of Indiana because I don't want to use narcotic pain relief. I'd rather, I had tried using a spinal stimulator. The trial gave me the worst pain I'd ever had in my entire life. So that wasn't an option. And then they were going to do spinal ablations of the ganglion bundles. Don't quote me on that. But, and then injections. But apparently, in addition to having CRPS, some of my nerves that are supposed to be inside my spinal cord area apparently decided they didn't like to be confined. So I have nerves in odd places. So basically, they sent me to a mental health camp, a physical therapy 3-week long intensive camp that was going to be mental health, art modalities, different hot yoga. It all sounded like a bunch of total absolute stupidity, along with the fact that I was going to have to buy a $20 book about, changing the way your brain interprets pain. Now, they assured me that these $20 books were written by real smart doctors that had conquered pain. I contended back to them, and I said this dead to their face, if they had really figured out a cure to chronic pain, they wouldn't be selling a book for $20. And she said, well, you may have a point, but a lot of our patients have had real good success with this. I was like, is it the same patients that you have to tell not to eat the finger paint during art therapy? Look, I wasn't having it. That being said, I tried my first round of ketamine infusions this winter, and I saw some slight relief. To be very honest and real with you, the amount of relief I saw versus the horrible way that the ketamine made me feel, I don't know that I'll be trying it again in the near future. But as for right now, I'm more or less, doing my current medications and learning to adapt around my condition rather than, waiting for modern medicine to get its head out of any part of its behind and help me out. But that's kind of, in a nutshell, not doing too much, but I am adapting my world around me and figuring out what my triggers are for a flare and trying to avoid them. That being said, I still have to pay taxes, apparently. Which is unfair, I think.
193, 194. Again, prior to your testimony today, have you had an opportunity to review those items?
I have.
And do your initials appear on those DVDs
They do.
and the date that you reviewed those?
It does.
And were those pursuant to court orders that you had requested and received that information?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time pursuant to 90211, the people would enter into evidence People's number 94.
Any objection to 94?
No, thank you.
All right, the court will admit into evidence states 94. And Mr. McCormick, if you give me just a second.
Sure.
And you may publish at your discretion.
Okay. We'd also move into evidence 189.
Any objection to 189?
No, thank you.
All right, the court will admit into evidence 189.
190.
Any objection to 190?
You don't have any objection to any of these?
To any of 189?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, all right. And Mr. McCormick, are you admitting all of them at this time?
Yes, sir.
All right, then the court will admit into evidence 189, 190, 192, 193, and 194.
Okay, I've been mean to her before, but I will say that this is a lovely color on her. If they had found something not so masculine, unless maybe she likes the masculine look, I do say that this is a very flattering color on her. There you go. I've done my one nice thing.
clips, well, 2B through 2G and 3A through 3G. You recognize those items?
I do.
All right, and prior to your testimony today, did you have an opportunity to review those items as well?
I did.
Do they
Oh, stop
accurately
licking
reflect
your
what you
lips.
observed in your investigation through video surveillance?
They do.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move into evidence exhibits 2B through 2G and 3A through 3G.
All right, thank you. Any objection?
No, thank you.
All right, the court will admit those designated exhibits into evidence.
All right. Going to show you what our criminal maps. People 176.
Okay.
And this is Pupils 177.
Okay.
Recognize both of those?
I do.
Are they accurate Google Maps of the locations in question?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I'm moving evidence 176 and 177.
Any objection to 176 or 177?
Any objection?
Sure.
Maybe she's just got real dry mouth, and that's why she keeps licking her lips. Are we?
Break when you get them.
When we get records back from phone companies, each phone company is different. They're all proprietary. They basically give us a bunch of Excel spreadsheets, and then they give us guides to help us understand and interpret what those Excel spreadsheets say, essentially.
Does that provide for you both phone numbers in terms of communications with others?
Yes.
Does it also provide any type of location?
Potentially, it just depends on if it was captured at the time.
Right. So based upon this information and your understanding that Mr. Dickerson was downtown, what did you do with that information?
At that point, we went and grabbed surveillance footage from that area or any other evidence we could find.
Okay. Are you familiar with a location or an establishment named Roasties?
I am.
Did you go to Roasties
I'm sorry,
initially in your investigation?
We did, yes.
And what did you gather or learn from Roasties?
We learned that they had a video surveillance system, an internal one and then an external one as well.
All right. Now, fair to say that you gathered as much video as you could from downtown establishments on that particular night?
Yes, as much as we could actually find and gather, we did.
All right. That included Roasties.
Correct.
Did that include an establishment called The Box?
It did. Well, yes, it did.
What about Millennium Event Center?
Yes,
Patrick's Irish Pub?
yes,
Points West Bank?
yes,
Warm Hugs, Mixes and Gifts Boutique?
yes,
477 Distilling?
yes,
The Downtown Developmental Authority?
yes,
I'm going to mispronounce this, but is it the La Tarahumara Market?
yes,
Okay. And then a Subway.
yes.
Now, you're familiar with these locations?
I am.
Essentially, where are they all located?
Essentially from 7th Street to 11th Street, in between 8th and 9th Avenue.
And is that just across from the courthouse here?
It is.
So at this point, you had neighborhood video surveillance
Yes,
and downtown video surveillance.
yes. We first had neighborhood video surveillance, and it took us a couple days before we got all the downtown video surveillance.
In regards to the neighborhood of the 15th Avenue Court neighborhood, to show you what's already been entered as people's number 148, do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
And what is that?
That's just an aerial map of the 15th Avenue Court residence, and it also highlights where the surveillance systems were located on that on the map and in that neighborhood.
And were you able to obtain video surveillance from a 2436 15th Avenue Court?
We were.
And where is that? I know there's a pointer up there, if that
Yeah.
helps.
So 2436 is on the corner. It's going to be on the southeast corner of 15th Avenue Court, so it's right there.
And this is a cul-de-sac type neighborhood?
It is.
All right, so in and out is right by 2436?
Yes, there's only one way in and out.
All right, and then 2406?
2406 is right here, and it has the best view of almost directly across the street from 2413 15th Avenue Court, which is the victim's residence.
And then lastly, you reviewed video from 2405 15th Avenue Court.
Yeah, this was a ring video, so it kind of captured most of the street and the front kind of yard and front side view of the residence.
So when you began this initial review of the neighborhood surveillance, were you able to determine whether or not Mr. Dickerson had left the area at a particular time?
I did, yes.
All right, so 11:56 p.m. on October 2nd, 2021, what were you able to observe?
Saw Mr. Dickerson's vehicle leave a little bit earlier. He was in the neighborhood for a while, and eventually he left at that time onto 25th Street. I believe he turned east onto 25th Street.
Sure.
I apologize, a little housekeeping. All right, can we publish 2A, please? And if you can look at the monitor, and there's a couple things. I'm gonna pause. Can you tell us what we're looking at on 2A? 2A as in Adam?
Yes.
So what are we looking at here?
So this is 2436 15th Avenue Court. This is essentially showing 15th Avenue Court is right in front of it, and you can kind of see a portion of 25th Street. Just something to note, and this is for all video surveillance, it's hard to get accurate times because every system has a little bit of different times. So we're able to go through and say, okay, some are a couple minutes off, some were like an hour prior. And for this instance, with 2436, it's about 6 minutes off from what I saw in the neighborhood. But essentially what you're going to see is Mr. Dickerson's Hyundai Elantra. He had a 2018 blue Hyundai Elantra, just traveling past the camera and then turning onto 25th Street.
And you noted the time frame difference. So in this particular video, is that 6 minutes fast?
Approximately, yes.
All right, go ahead. So in continuing your review of neighborhood video at approximately 2:16 a.m., what were your observations?
So at 2:16 a.m., I saw Mr. Dickerson's Hyundai Elantra return back onto that camera view onto 15th Avenue Court.
Oh, no problem, Linda Lou. This is the Colorado versus Stacy Rodriguez case, day 3. Stacy Rodriguez is the defendant in this case. She is accused of killing Christopher Dickerson by stabbing him 5 times with a metal file and leaving the said file like in his neck area. Now, the state contends that she and her older girlfriend, met up with Mr. Dickerson in an alley at the end of the night when bars were closing, as you do. And they all decided to go back to Mr. Dickerson's home, which was fairly close to downtown, to have the after party. Now, according to the state, the 2 women, and they have the older girlfriend who has turned state's evidence and will be testifying, will state that they went over to this gentleman's house, possibly to rob him, but basically nothing fun was going to happen to Mr. Dickerson. They were not there to, party all that much. They saw it as an opportunity to continue getting drunk, but, maybe we can take some money from this guy or something. Or that was the general scheme that was cooked up because, according to Hosanna, her girlfriend, they were giving him pure vodka while they were drinking water so that they were getting steadily less drunk as he was getting more drunk throughout the evening. But at some point, Christopher was said to have gotten into a tussle with Stacy, and Stacy claims that he was a gross old man. She felt uncomfortable. She was a 19-year-old, young girl in this house with the older man, and she felt uncomfortable, and she acted in self-defense. And you could possibly spin that. If all of his possessions hadn't been piled on his bed with some of his valuables taken, his cell phone taken from the house, Then the girls and his cell phone take a loop around the neighborhood, come back, and set his house on fire to, I guess, cover evidence or something like that. Now, these two claim that, again, well, Stacy claims that this was all in self-defense, and the defense is going to prove that she was a dainty young girl. Not to body shame, but Stacy was in about the same physical body style that she is currently at this time. And Chris Dickerson was not a large man. While he was taller than her, he didn't outweigh her, just to put it out there. Stacy has also shown herself to be kind of really looking at the autopsy photos, smiling, giggling, and licking her lips. The defense's entire case hinges on, the jury feeling, her perspective, reasonable perspective of, a soft, kind of naive young 19-year-old. And she has been carrying herself as a very aggressive, sort of authoritative person. She doesn't look like she's cowed by much or worried about much. She's on trial for first-degree unaliving and, arson, but she does not seem all that bothered. That could just be my take on the things. The state has managed to make, a pair of, lesbian women going to an after party, turning into murder or self-defense and possible arson into the most boring case ever. But we are here making it as much fun as we can. I am still looking to see if day 2 of the Skelton brothers, probate hearing is going live at any time, but I'm not seeing it up. So, it is what it is, but I'm probably going to edit the description on this at least.
And then I saw was a silver sedan, which we later identified as between a 2008 to 2012 Chevrolet Malibu.
Right.
And it was following Mr. Dickerson's Elantra.
So if we could publish 2B as in boy. And again, is the time still the 6 minutes off?
Approximately, yeah.
Okay.
So this will be the Hyundai Elantra, that's Christopher's vehicle. And then it will be followed by the silver sedan.
And if we could publish 100? And what are we looking at here?
That's Mr. Christopher's Hyundai Elantra.
And that was a still shot taken from that video?
Yes.
All right. 101, please.
And that's, again, a still shot from that video of the silver sedan, which we later identified as the Malibu.
All right. So you knew at 2:16 a.m. he had returned with another vehicle?
And welcome, Raiders. This is Colorado versus Stacy Rodriguez, day 3. Basically, we have self-defense or red rum. The police arrived at, Christopher Dickerson's house fully aflame and were worried that he was still stuck inside. Well, they went inside and they did unfortunately find a body, but in the process of finding the body, they realized there was this big metal, chunk of metal stuck into his neck. So obviously he probably didn't die from, the fire. Well, the cops investigate this case, and it turns out that Mr. Dickerson, after a night out at the bars, decided that he was going to meet 2 women in an alley, as you do, and invite them to his house, as you do, for an after party. Now, this is where things tend to get a little fuzzy, because the defense states that Stacy was a naive 19-year-old with an older girlfriend. They had been out at bars, thought that there was going to be a lot of people at this after party. Turns out it was only this creepy dude. And, he started getting fresh with her. He started, trying to touch her bum, not read in the room. So she had to go full, honey badger and stab him 5 times with a nail file, and not the sharp end of a nail file. No, the blunt end of a nail file. And then light his house on fire after stealing some of his valuables because she was just a terrified young girl. Now, the state alleges, because they have the older girlfriend who has turned state's evidence, that the 2 women may not have had the most wholesome thoughts when they met this man in an alley and decided to go back to his house. Because while they were pouring him straight vodka, according to the state's witness, we haven't heard from her yet, but according to the state's witness, they were feeding or drinking themselves water to become more sober while he was steadily supposed to be getting drunker. And that, there was a tussle of some sort, but this was not a self-defense thing. She stabbed him. They took some of his valuables and his cell phone. They took a loop around the neighborhood, came back and realized people might get suspicious if they see a dead body. Let's set the house on fire to, destroy all the evidence. Well, they set the house on fire, and unfortunately the fire wasn't caught until the house was pretty much completely engulfed in flames. And Aya is right. Had they not left the file, they may not have discovered that he had been stabbed, and he might not have been driven to look any further into it. That being said, the police office has done a lot of due diligence. They, tracked this man's patterns. That's what we're seeing right now in his traffic on the night of his death, and then tracked the women who took his life. So the defense is being aggressive, not aggressive, but zealous in their defense and, making objections. They are not as insufferable as the last defense, but I don't agree with their narrative of this story. You will be able to see Stacy in a few short minutes. She is not a retiring wild violet. She is not a dainty flower. And I don't think that even at 19, she was a scared little girl. But I will leave you to make your own opinions about that. They have already also tried to shame the decedent. Again, it is Colorado, so the fact that he had a bunch of, let's say, glass pops, if you will, that was definitely attempted to use against him in the case. No pipes were hurt in the fire, but it also didn't seem like he had recently used them. Now, I don't know how one checks a certain, devil's lettuce pipe, but I'm sure the cops know how to check them, because I'd have to ask a friend or something, but they figured it out.
We could publish 3A as an atom.
So this is a shot from 2406 15th Avenue Court, and you'll see it's dark now, but you'll see it'll show the front of Christopher's residence. And you're going to see Christopher's Hyundai Elantra pull into the driveway and then into the garage, and then the
That
silver
makes
Malibu
sense.
will pull into the driveway of Christopher's residence. So that was Christopher's Hyundai Elantra. And then you're going to see a figure walk out towards the Malibu, who I believe that is at the time Mr. Dickerson. And he's going to stand at the driver's side of the vehicle.
If your Ring camera is capturing solely your neighbor's yard, are you spying on the neighbors or are you defending yourself? This is riveting. It's like the Zapruder film. I mean, you can kind of tell from the video, he's not a solid man. I mean, he's not, hulking.
And what are we observing here?
It appears that the doors to the Malibu.
Oh, I totally get it. Look, if the cops showed up at any of my neighbor's house, I would be out vacuuming and clipping my lawn with hair clipping scissors. You have no idea. Look, I only laugh because I would be this nosy, which is why Mr. Mo hasn't gotten me a Ring camera, because he knows I'd use them for evil. Or at least that's what he tells me. I just think he doesn't want to get a Ring camera. But
Open. The lights turn off, obviously, on the exterior of the Malibu, and then you can see movement around the passenger side and then the driver's side, which I interpret to be that people are getting out of the Malibu. And you can see at the top, there's figures walking past the light, and it's difficult to see, though. And then if you see the white kind of streak, that is Christopher's dog, Juna, that's walking around. He had a white dog.
And the dog was okay. Actually, the dog's barking alerted the neighbor to the fact that the fire was pretty much fully engulfed at that point.
And again, you can see movement towards the top right of the screen, which is near the garage. I believe that's the end of that.
All right. And then if we could publish for A as in Adam, please.
This is a Ring video
That's a
showing
good idea.
Essentially what we just saw, just from a different angle. That's Christopher's Elantra pulling in. And then that'll be followed by the Malibu.
As long as it's not about my continued belief about the Loch Ness Monster. But sure, even that is allowed. Pet peeves, totally allowed.
And then if we could publish number 102. And what do we see here?
That's just a still shot from 2406 15th Avenue Court of the
Oh.
Malibu pulling into the driveway.
All right. And
Well,
then
then
number
proceed.
103, please.
And that's just who I believe to be Christopher standing near the Malibu.
Okay, thank you. So continuing your review of those particular videos that you had observed in this thing, did you notice something at about 2:43 a.m.?
I did, yes.
And what was that?
At 2:43 a.m., you see figures exit the residence, and at least one person moves the Malibu from the driveway to in front of the house.
Okay.
And from there, there's more movement outside, and eventually everybody gets into Christopher's, at least 3 people get into Christopher's Elantra, and they leave.
All right, if we could publish 3B as in boy.
And this is just the same 2406, just pull back a little bit, and you'll see the Malibu being moved right now. So you can saw a head near the driver's door, and then movement up near the garage, just in front of the Malibu.
Because we haven't made it mandatory for people to run with daylights or with automatic lights. I don't know. I do not know. That being said, I have forgotten to turn on my lights until someone flashes their lights at me. So I have been both the sinner and saint in this particular thing. So, sticky widget for those of us who, in the AC of poop fog, I've never done it during fog, though. I will say it's more like gloaming area time that I tend to forget to turn on my or turn off my lights. But and Kathy Michelle is completely right because they are out of blinker fluid. Godoy. Yes, Mr. Moe had to explain to me that now because I listened to the carologist at the carology place and got a synthetic oil change, that now we have to always do synthetic oil change. So I've cost our family the grand total of $10 more on oil changes, and I should feel, terribly sad for myself, which I don't, because in my defense, I was allowed to go to the car oil changey sale place myself. As my husband, he should have realized that I suck out loud at this, and that I generally don't remember anything he tells me. So, as the head and spiritual leader of our family, he should not have sent me, out. Ooh, congrats, Denise. I am waiting to get mine, as I did sort of accidentally on purpose get some cross-stitch kits, and I need to wait until my room is fully done before I sneak any more kits into anywhere, because Mr. Moe is gonna know.
And then there's a couple of minutes of movement during that time.
Well, during that time, actually, the Malibu's stationary there, and there's not much going on in the driveway. It sat there for a couple minutes, not very long.
Okay, if we could publish 3C as in Charlie.
Now is where you're going to see a figure walk down to the Malibu from the driveway. You'll see the interaction at the driver's side door. And then you'll see eventually, they'll kind of be around the Malibu for a second. Then you're going to see the Elantra pull out of the garage. And then you'll see both figures walk towards the Elantra.
Okay, again, not to body shame anyone, but the larger figure that you see is Stacy. Now, I want you to logic this out with me, because I'm not trying to be a stinky butthole here. I really am not. But you have two people. Let's totally believe Chris. Let's totally believe Stacy. Chris was a pervy old man. Are you going to go for the smaller victim or the larger victim? And I'm talking about a purely practicality sort of thing. If you are not a large man, are you going to pick maybe the woman that outweighs you, or are you going to pick, maybe the woman that you think that you can overpower? Again, not saying anything good, bad, sideways, or indifferent about her body style, other than logically, who knows? That being said, I find that to be the hardest part of this particular story to get behind, if he really was a predator. Because, you would think that, especially him not being a very large man, that he would pick the victim if he was this bad person that he could allegedly overpower.
And then you'll see both figures walk towards the Elantra. So one goes to the driver's side, and one stays on the passenger side, and it's difficult to see. From what I observed, the front passenger door opens, and then it'll be closed. And then that figure moves towards the rear passenger door. And so the rear passenger door closed. There's still somebody on the driver's side. It appears around this time you can see the door close and they get in. And then the Elantra will back out.
I think this is the time they went to get more booze, because, that's what you need on a night like that.
And from that video review, were you able to take some screenshots of that?
I was, yes.
If I could publish 104, please. And what are we looking at here?
That's the figure that you see walking to the Malibu when the last clip started.
Okay.
I couldn't see faces throughout this whole video. I can't see faces. I can't always tell clothing, but what I can tell at times is it appears that clothing is darker than others, and then that they might have lighter colored shoes. And that's about the only thing I can make out was that the clothing seemed darker, and it seemed like the shoes might have been lighter.
105, please.
That's still just the same figure standing near the driver's door of the Malibu.
And 106, please.
Again, now you can see both figures. I'm able just to tell from these general shots the body shape of the individuals, that they appear to be somewhat similar in height. But other than that, it's pretty difficult to make out anything else.
So after you observed them leaving, did you also review the security camera footage from the 2436 15th Avenue Court?
Yes.
Could we play 2C as in Charlie, please?
And again, this is going to show essentially after Christopher Zalantra pulls out of the driveway, it's going to show that vehicle leaving.
Now, through your, hold on. Through your investigation, were you able to kind of track the car's movements at that time after it left the neighborhood?
At that time, when I initially reviewed video, not there, but I did receive video later of downtown, which helped me.
Okay, and was that from roughly around 2:54, that is it Terra Humera?
Yeah.
Market timestamp or marketplace?
Yes.
All right, can we publish 178, please? And what did you observe there?
I didn't actually notice that sticky
There,
widget
that's,
until you
I've
said
seen,
something.
Mr. Dickerson's Elantra, and there, that is it. Essentially, it made a U-turn from 8th Avenue from 8th Avenue at 11th Street and then back heading, this is going to be southbound on 8th Avenue.
All right. And then tracking, again, that surveillance of the neighborhood at 3:07 a.m., what did you observe?
That's when the Elantra heads back to Mr. Dickerson's residence and then pulls into the driveway and ultimately the garage.
If we could publish 2D as in David, please.
So this is going to be 2436. This is the corner house video surveillance. You're going to see the Elantra eventually go by the camera, which would be north on
Well,
15th Avenue.
since we're not missing riveting testimony, I did have a question, and I am so unknowledgeable about this, so I didn't know if chat would know, but I accidentally misspelled Rodriguez on the first one with an S. So are there different regions that have an S or a Z, or is it just how it was spelled? And look, I didn't know if there was a difference between the Rodriguez's with a Z and the Rodriguez with an S, and if they came from different regions of, Latin America or Spain, or I didn't know if like the S is an America thing or America's thing, and maybe the Z is a Spanish thing. I didn't know. I just figured it was a cool thing because it didn't pick up on the spelling, autocorrector thing, but I was like, dang, setting me up for failure, autocorrect. Not even going to help me out.
And that's the Elantra now.
And then if we could publish 4B as in boy.
And this is the ring video from 2405, essentially showing the same thing. appears to me, or from what I hear, it sounds like the music is very loud inside of the vehicle.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess there's not going to be a 3-day hearing, but let me, in full ADHD mode, looks like we do have a decision, and the judge is going to read out a decision on the declaration for the missing boys. Looks like this was streamed about an hour ago. It's only 13 minutes long, so I figured we'd pop on over here. I will cut this part out and put this distinctly in the Skelton brothers part and let people know where it is. But it does look like we got, maybe the judge said, I don't need to see any more, or it was going to, they had 3 days just in case they needed all of that. But it does look like the judge has made a decision after day 1 in the hearing.
You may be seated. Thank you and good morning. As promised, I'm going to get us up onto YouTube and then I will give you the opinion.
Oh, I feel like we're all wearing yellow. The desk is yellow.
Okay, Ms. Gifford.
This is in the matter of the Skelton boys, file 53020, 53021, and 53022.
Good morning. We're back on record in this file. May I have the names of our participants, please?
Bert Castleberry on behalf of the petitioner, Anya Zuvers.
Anya Zuvers.
Alexis Day on behalf of Andrew Alexander and Tanner Skelton.
Thank you. We confirmed 2 days ago that Mr. Skelton did not want to participate. He also did not log in this morning, so we're assuming that his continued position is that he does not want to participate. I have prepared a written opinion that describes the impressions of the court and the findings, so I'm just going to read that aloud for you at this time. This order settles the matter raised by Tanya Zuvers' petition for declaration of death on December 12th, 2024, I'll fix that, pursuant to MCL 700.1209, subsection 2. After review of the evidence, testimony, and current law, the petition is granted in part and denied in part. Pursuant to MCL 700.1209, subsection 2, a party may move to declare a person deceased under the following circumstances. Right here.
Okay, we couldn't have had some media person do this for the judge so she could focus on her wordy bits. It's really hard to focus on wordy bits and YouTube. So I totally get that she's having a moment here.
Death is not otherwise established under this section or section 1207, who is absent for a continuous period of 5 years during which he or she has not been heard from, and whose absence is not satisfactorily explained after diligent search or inquiry, is presumed to be dead. The individual's death is presumed to have occurred at the end of the period unless there is sufficient evidence to determine that the death occurred earlier. The petitioner asks this court to find sufficient evidence to determine that this child, along with his 2 brothers, passed away on the night of their disappearance, rather than after the period of presumption. Such a finding requires a showing by clear and convincing evidence. Although this is not a criminal trial and does not pretend to be one, such a trial does require the fact finder to consider the evidence and testimony under the rules of evidence, weighing credibility of witnesses and reliability of evidence in this respect. At the one-day trial, 5 witnesses were called to support the petition with the aim to provide the court with clear and convincing evidence that John Skelton was responsible for not only the disappearance of his children, but the murder. The three law enforcement officers testified, including Chief Larry Weeks, formerly of Morenci Police Department, FBI agent Corey Barris, and Jeremy Brewer, Michigan State Police detective assigned to the case in 2013. All offered their opinions that John Skelton was responsible for the murder of these three children. Anya Zuvers, the mother of the children, also agreed, even though she shared during her testimony that she had held out hope for many years that the boys were not dead. Cold case expert Kelly Hodges was the only other witness, called to confirm that she had run approximately 20 database searches on the state and federal level, including facial recognition, with past and all sets of age progression photos. Her last search including in August of 2024. She found no proof of life after November 25th, 2010. The testimony provided by law enforcement officers included a very high-level presentation of events, which relied heavily on layers of hearsay from statements, sometimes second, third, or even fourth-hand accounts, reports, photos, and other non-specified records. This raises a very serious barrier for the petitioner to reach the burden of clear and convincing evidence necessary for the court to find the children were murdered by John Skelton. Chief Larry Weeks' testimony reflected direct observations of the home and direct interactions with John Skelton at times, both before and after the disappearance. His first-hand observations included events on September 13, 2010, when John Skelton threatened to take the three boys to Florida. His report on the event was entered into evidence and reflected that he and a Michigan State trooper, quote, stood by until it appeared that things were civil enough for us to leave, end quote. He also testified to arriving on scene to the Skelton residence and observing the home in, quote, disarray, quote, on November 26, 2010, likely sometime in the afternoon. He shared that a fellow officer had removed a noose, quote, noose, and put it on a door handle, and that some other family members had already gone through the home looking for the children. His only further description of the home included broken glass in cabinets, cords to appliances cut, a Bible open to a highlighted verse, and a suicide note found in a notebook.
No, Aya, I believe that this might be, so in full context, John Skelton is currently in prison, not for the triple murder of his three boys, but for unlawful imprisonment, basically paternal or familial kidnapping, and depriving Tanya of her custody of the boys. His sentence of 15 years is going to be done in November. I am not sure that whether or not this is an indication that the state is looking to press murder charges, or there might be new information that has come up in this case that they will be pursuing charges, or this is purely because Tanya would like to have some sort of closure. I'm not sure. The timing does seem a little interesting for me, especially with the conclusion of his time incarcerated coming to an end fairly quickly. But this also could be that, again, a lot of the information that they have makes a compelling case, but they lack a lot of hard DNA evidence. We've never found the bodies. So, this would be a really hard case to try to win, the boys all having been murdered and, not having proof of that. So it could be half a dozen of one, six of the other, trying to see how some of the evidence they present will go forward in an actual trial. I don't know. But it could be as simple as Tanya just wanted to have this done.
Aside from his own attempts to access a computer, the remainder of his testimony recounted what he remembered of statements made to him by fellow officers, family members, and others. It was unclear what pieces of his testimony were from his own observations or from reports or statements that he may have recalled information. These weaknesses in the testimony were never explained by any exception to the hearsay rule, nor supported with the testimony of witnesses he referenced, photos, or any other records. This has the unfortunate result of undermining the reliability of his testimony as it relates to the request that the court determine a murder occurred. He shared the extensive efforts to search for the boys, however, referencing search tools such as maps of the area used daily to brief fellow searchers, and verified that no one had seen the boys after November 25th, 2010, himself included. The next witness was FBI agent Corey Barris. He was assigned to the case and arrived at the Skelton home in the afternoon of November 26, 2010, staying overnight. He described the home as, quote, destroyed, quote, with a bed sliced up and a noose hanging from a banister. The remainder of his testimony consisted of his recounting what he learned from analysis of John Skelton's laptop and of the text messages and conversations between others and John Skelton in the days following his assignment. It is again unclear how or when he came into such information, as during questioning from the lawyer guarding ad litem for the child, he confirmed he had never had any direct contact with John Skelton. This is another unfortunate concession, given that his testimony up to that point covered many of the pieces of evidence the petitioner would purport to use in supporting the request to find that John Skelton murdered his children. Michigan State Police Detective Jeremy Brewer testified most extensively as to the investigation, including presenting a 4-piece timeline citing when various events occurred, including pivotal pieces of evidence used in his investigation. Detective Brewer took over the case from Chief Larry Weeks when Chief Weeks left Morenci Police Department in 2013.
Slam
There's no
more
question
doors,
Detective
more
Brewer
doors.
spent years piecing together his timeline and vigorously pursuing this murder investigation into John Skelton. He shared with some gravitas that he had gone through a mountain of documents to prepare his timeline. Unfortunately, none of those supporting documents were provided to the court to substantiate, verify, or authenticate the events on the timeline. His testimony did include, however, his recollection of several different interactions with John Skelton, including a confrontation with him involving Moses Gingrich, whom John Skelton had directed him to find in order to try to find out where the boys could be found. He verified that despite extensive searching, including dredging a small lake at a campground, not one of the boys has been seen or heard from since November 25th, 2010. This is a case of terrible and long-standing impact on the community of Lenwood. No condolences will ever be enough for such losses suffered. These proceedings offer an opportunity to recognize the disappearance and death of these 3 brothers, but leaves many more questions unanswered. Such a voluminous amount of work by law enforcement will never be fully recognized or credited right, especially when such a loss still remains unresolved. Thank you. Alexander William Skelton, Andrew Ryan Skelton, and Tanner Lucas Skelton have been missing since November 26, 2010. Given their undisputed disappearance for over 14 years, the statutory
Slam
presumption
more
of death
doors.
applies. Presentation of evidence, however, does not present clear and convincing evidence that John Skelton murdered these children. The information provided at this trial provides ample opportunity for speculation and theories, but to make such a finding, the court would only be joining those voices offering such speculation and theory, given the lack of information. The impact of this ruling is not lost on this court, for it is also a part of this community. But the court must follow the law, and to ignore it in this case risks the very structures upon which our system of justice is built.
Okay, I know you're choking up, ma'am, but
Thus, it is with the gravest of condolences that it is ordered Alexander William Skelton, Andrew Ryan Skelton, and Tanner Lucas Skelton are presumed to be deceased as of November 26, 2015, in accordance with MCL 700.1208, subsection 2. Questions?
Okay.
No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for your time, efforts in this case. I will issue the order today to this effect, and that will effectively close the matter in all 3 files. to recess.
All rise, please.
So what that basically means is that, unfortunately, the court wanted to be able to kind of definitively put this to rest, but because they didn't offer site documentations and things like that, basically she pronounced them dead within the 5-year period of them having no activity. So they will be declared, or they have been backinated, declared dead to 2015. Now they were last seen in 2010, but obviously that is statutorily correct if you go by 5 years from the last date of any known, being seen. Now, my wonder is, I hope this helps her in some way. I don't think it can. But you could tell that the judge obviously wanted to maybe rule a different way, but she wasn't giving a lot of the site. I don't know why they didn't, in fact, then, just show those documents unless they're holding them back for something else or they're sensitive. I don't know. I thought that they did a fairly good presentation, but, she knows the rules more than I do. So while it's not what we, I guess, wanted, she gave what she could with accordance to the law. So Andrew, Alexander, and Tanner will be presumed dead November 26, 2015. Now, on an unrelated but totally, illegal note, can we get sodium pentothal and give it to John Skelton and make him release the truth? Allegedly in Minecraft for a friend, as a thought experiment, if you will. Could we get that? I will keep up with and try to keep looking into if there is any movement into, what the state is doing. But I'm probably going to let it, and Mom, put whatever date you want on the headstone. Screw the government. The government has rules. The internet don't.
That there's nothing else that's shown.
So, in your investigation and reviewing the phone records of Mr. Dickerson around that time, which has been previously admitted as people's basically 213 through 216, did you notice something of significance about that particular time frame?
Yeah, what I noted was that he was receiving phone calls and making phone calls prior to them leaving. I later identified that phone number that he's calling as Dolores Vigil, and I believe after they come back, there's at least one phone call between them as well.
So, continuing your review of the neighborhood video surveillance from roughly 4:09 a.m. to 4:11 a.m., did you observe the front door of Mr. Dickerson residence open and figures walking about?
Yeah, it was actually from 4:09 to about 4:16 a.m. You see approximately it looks like 3 figures total. It's difficult to see in the video. You can tell kind of the difference between body shapes and height, that I can determine that there's 3 people. They seem just to kind of sit on the front stoop of the door or near the door. You can see Christopher's dog, Juno, walking about, and they're out there for that approximate 7 minutes before they walk back inside.
All right. And then, again, in reviewing this at 5:08 a.m., did you observe anything initial with Mr. Dickerson's front door?
Yes, the front door opens. You see a figure that's backlit. You see a large figure that's backlit, and you see them walk
Oh, no, that wasn't the one I wanted to
out
press.
of the
I
house
love the
and get
buttons.
into the front driver's door of
Thank
the
you.
Malibu.
Sorry.
And roughly at about 5:11 a.m., are you able to observe movement of the vehicle?
No, around 5:11 a.m., what I actually see is around that time is the door opens again. You see a second larger figure walk out of the residence and then go to what appears to be the passenger side of the Malibu. And then the Malibu leaves the neighborhood going south on 15th Avenue Court.
Okay. Let's publish 3D as in David, please.
So the door is actually already kind of ajar. You'll see figure walk out.
This is worse than an ultrasound video. I can usually get what those are.
Saw the light at the front, so I think they walked past the front of the vehicle because it was covered for a second, and this is the driver's door that's being opened. And then you'll see the lights turn on, which illuminates the front of the residence.
And based upon your review, does that, the car stay like that for some time?
Yeah, it's from around 5:08 to 5:11, 5:12, so several minutes it's like this.
All right. If we could publish 2E as in Edward,
I
please?
think we'll want to stay on this because it'll show the continuation of everything.
Okay.
Possibly. What I get that we're seeing the continuation of sitting here watching these two numpties try to figure out what to do after killing some dude. But it makes for riveting
Lights turn off,
streaming.
and then shortly after that, you'll see a second figure walk out. And it's difficult to see, obviously, because it's so dark, but you'll see the passenger door open, and you'll see a figure get into the front passenger seat, and the Malibu will then drive away.
And based upon your review of that particular video, did they ever turn their lights or any headlights on at that time?
Not at that time. It wasn't until they neared 25th Street.
Sticky widget, they knew to just annoy you. They didn't even turn their headlights on as they were fleeing the scene of the crime. And it was dark, like full dark o'clock.
That they were turned on.
All right. If we could publish 2E as in Edward, please.
So what you're going to see is this is the corner video surveillance 2436. You'll see the Malibu coming, lights off, and then lights will eventually.
I also love that their stealthiness was turning off their lights when they're captured by no less than like 5 different damn Ring cameras. But they're like, we need to be stealthy. We're going to turn off our lights. A for effort, D for denied, F for F you, ma'am.
Eventually turn on. Well, I think it's just brake lights at this point and a turn signal. And then they turn east on 25th Street.
And were you able to capture still shots from this moment of surveillance as well?
I was.
If we could publish 108, please.
And that's just a close-up of the Malibu as it went past that 2436 residence.
And this was leaving the area at approximately 5:12 a.m.?
Approximately, yes.
All right. And then continuing your review of neighborhood video surveillance at about 5:24, did you see video indicating that Malibu vehicle came back?
I did.
All right. And what were your observations for the next, what we'll call the next couple minutes on that?
So the Malibu returns to the residence, parks essentially in the same spot in front, and then one figure gets out, walks into the residence. After a short time, you see a bright light come from the front window, the bay window, and then after, this is like a couple minute time frame, then that figure walks out of the residence and then gets back into the passenger side of the Malibu, and then the Malibu leaves.
So if we could publish 2F as in Frank, please.
So this is the corner. And this should be the Malibu coming on 25th Street. It was headed east. It's going to turn north on 15th Avenue Court. And it's on its way to Christopher's residence.
We could publish 109, please.
And that's just a still shot of the vehicle returning of the Malibu from that same camera angle.
If you publish 4C as in Charlie, please.
So this is the Ring video from 2405. It's going to show the Malibu coming. It makes a U-turn, and then it parks and is stationary in front of Christopher's residence. And then you'll see a figure walking in. You can see movement right there. And up towards Christopher's residence. I think that's it. It doesn't show anything else.
If we could publish 3E as in Edward, please.
And there's a little bit of time before you'll actually see anything. And again, reminder, you're going to see the Malibu coming and then parking in front of Christopher's residence. And then you'll have a little bit, it's really dark without the light, so you'll kind of see intermittent somebody walking towards the house. And then it's going to be on the house for a while, and you're going to see the bright light coming from the bay window before somebody eventually walks out of the residence. They're going to be backlit by the light that's inside of the house, and you'll see them walk back towards the Malibu, and it'll leave.
Just on all the cameras, y'all. I'm telling you, she could not be bothered. This could be a death penalty case, and she's just like, meh.
You'll eventually see somebody get out of the Malibu. Right there. You'll see them walking up, and of course it's very dark, so it's hard to see, but you're going to see the front door open. And a person walking in and shutting the door.
And based upon your review of the time on the video, approximately how long does that individual stay in there before exiting again?
It's several minutes. I think it was around 5:27 or 5:28, where I think 5:27 you see the glow of the light in the bay window, but it's a couple minutes that it's like this.
It might be a Colorado statute that anyone in public, facing sort of public service industries need to have their pronouns on there. It is Colorado, so I know they tend to lean a little bit more liberal or left-leaning, so that could be it. Other than that, maybe he just wanted it there.
There's the flash from the bay window.
Tanner, can you please pause this?
Sure. Do you need to approach?
Maybe don't be giggling when you're on charges for murder.
The front door's open. See a figure exit. And then they're going to make their walk down towards the Malibu. You can see it's still a large figure. And they stay on the passenger side. And then what you're seeing is it appears that the fire is already started and growing inside of the residence.
And then if we could publish 110, please.
So this is that same 2436. This is just a still shot of the Malibu leaving after the fire was started.
All right. Publish 2G as in Gordon.
And this will be the video of the Malibu leaving. And it's going to go west on 25th Street.
And through your investigation, were you aware of approximately what time this was called in to 911?
I was, yes.
And what was that?
I think it was about 10 minutes after the fact, after around 5:33 in the morning, if I'm right.
So once you conducted your review of the neighborhood surveillance, then did you go to the downtown area and begin reviewing the videos there?
Yeah, I did, yes.
And from those videos, were you able to get still shots as well?
I was, yes.
So you had previously testified that at approximately 11:56 p.m., Mr. Dickerson left his residence and went to the downtown area.
Yes.
So at approximately, backing up again, right, at 12:08 a.m., were you able to track his movements?
I was.
If we could publish number 58, please. And if you want to use a pointer, that would help. What are we looking at here?
So that's Christopher just arriving at the box.
And are you aware of how, from being able to track his movements, were you aware how long he stayed at the box?
I think I'd have to go to the next exhibit to tell you exactly.
Okay.
Time.
Why are they trying to hurt me? Why are they trying to hurt me with this? They know I'm not mature enough to deal with an establishment named The Box. They are obviously expecting me to be much more mature than I currently actually am. This is going to be... And he wish he never left, is the answer, giggity.
And then,
It wasn't very long.
if we could publish 59, please.
He wasn't there long, just the tip.
That doesn't help me with time. He was in there for about 15 or 20 minutes.
All right.
It
And
says 12:09. Yeah, about 15, 20 minutes, maybe 25 minutes.
Hey, that's a long
where
ass
is he
time.
located on this?
So Christopher's standing right here, and he's what you'll see in the videos. He exits the box and he stands over here, and it looks like he smokes.
15 to 20 minutes is not a short time. And welcome, Heidi. Sorry you walked in on that one, but I was provoked.
A cigarette, and then he walks west from that, or east from that location.
Hey, he smoked a cigarette too, which...
Now at 12:34 a.m., what did you observe in regards to any particular vehicle?
Have
that
a
was
great day, Kathy
entering the
Stewart.
parking lot near Cubetta's?
So at this point in the investigation, I know that we've narrowed it down, that we believe we're looking for a 2008 to 2012 Chevrolet Malibu that's silver. And I'm looking for two people that are in it, two females that are larger in figure. So that's what I'm looking for in this downtown video, and that's what I observed is a silver Malibu Polo.
This mild-mannered man did not say, look, I was looking for two fluffy heifers. Like I had realized that I was on the lookout for Fluffy. He's like, look, I was looking for more full-figured, curvy women, if you understand, you know, a larger body style, if you will. He's like, look, I was looking for some fluffy heifers.
Into the Cubetta's parking lot, and eventually park, and then I track the movements, and I see two larger figures that are approximately the same height walking towards Cubetta's.
If we could publish 179, please.
So this is the Malibu entering an alley that's connected to 9th Avenue, and this is directly across the street from here. And you're going to see it pull in. It
Oh,
goes
good.
up
So
the
you
aisle right
understood in
here,
context.
And then it reverses, and then it goes up here, and it eventually backs into a parking spot.
We could publish 61.
That's the Chevrolet Malibu. Already on this video, I'm noticing the same characteristics of the Malibu that I saw at the residence. And mainly the 5-spoke rims, the color, and the dark tinted windows.
Number 62, please.
Now, call me crazy, but is anyone else noticing that there are stoves and what appear to be refrigerators just out on the street? Or is this an outside cook area? I don't know. I am confused as to what I'm seeing.
And that's just the vehicle now reversing.
And number
Or a
63.
DJ station, maybe?
This is a black and white. It's the same system, but it's a different camera. And you'll see up here that this is the Malibu now backing into a parking spot.
So are you, in your review of this, kind of simultaneously tracking both the Malibu and its occupants and Mr. Dickerson?
Yes.
So at 12:35 a.m., do you observe any video of Mr. Dickerson down by Patrick's Irish Pub?
I do.
If we could publish number 60, please.
So this is Patrick's, this is 8th Avenue right here, and this is Christopher walking south on 8th Avenue.
Now, at some point after that 12:35 a.m., do you kind of lose sight of Mr. Dickerson for a bit?
Yeah, I did for approximately 10 minutes. I didn't know where he went.
Okay, and while you weren't sure where he was, were you able to track the movements of the Malibu and the occupants of that?
I was.
If we could publish number 64. So at approximately 12:41 a.m., what do you notice here?
So I'm able to track through the movements. There's not a lot of people in the parking lot at this time, so I'm able to see some figures' feet step out of the Malibu, and then I'm tracking the movements of where they're walking, and I pick up these two individuals.
Thank you,
And right
Dangerous
away, I
Wave.
notice that
Have a
they
great
are
day.
About the same height, and also their body demographic, the size and shape of them, and I see them walking towards the back of Cubetas.
And about a minute later, if we could have publish 65, please.
So right up here, the video shows them interacting with a security guard right here. What you'll see is this individual has a brown shirt on. She has dark kind of at the top of her hair, and then it goes into lighter blonde. And then the other individual is wearing all black, and there's some lettering on the left side of her shirt.
Number 66, please.
Sticky Widget, they did it. She wears all black, and they had her in all black yesterday, and now they have her in a full solid color. Just great job. Just great.
Eventually, they were not let into the back fenced area, and you see them walking away towards that same alley is where they're.
You called it.
And number 67, please.
So you see them kind of right before they disappear into that alley heading towards 9th Avenue.
Now, were you able through, again, your review of the downtown multiple videos that you had, look through video of Points West Bank?
I was.
And at that point, did you see two similar individuals walking by Points West Bank?
I did.
If we could look at 68, please.
So Points West Bank is when you go out onto 9th Avenue, you're going to go south on 9th Avenue, and it's at the corner of essentially 10th Street and, 9th Avenue and 10th Street, yes. So this is them walking south on 9th Avenue, and what I see here is I see the same similar height individuals, and I also see the same size shape.
And was there, again, pointing out any time discrepancies? Is there a discrepancy that you learned from this particular video?
Yeah, the cameras, the time is off. I think it's a little bit earlier than what we observed just previous, but I was able to, when I didn't have correct timestamps, I would then track movements. So I would see somebody leave an area, look at the next camera, watch an hour or two of video, see them pick up again, and know that just based off the location, it probably wasn't very long before they went from one camera to the next camera.
And if we could publish 69, please.
So this is Points West Bank again. It's difficult to see, but when you watch the video, you can see that this individual right here who's wearing all black has their hair in a bun, and they're wearing a visor, and then you can see the lighter hair of the second individual.
Wait,
just
a
beyond.
visor?
Number 70, please.
Why would you be wearing a visor? Unless you were playing, I guess, golf or tennis. You know, I've never understood fashion.
So you'll see the white shoes of the individual that's wearing all black, and you can see right here, and I've watched this video many times, you'll see that there's just white, like a white box, and I saw that consistently with the front shirt of this individual.
And 71, please.
Now you'll see the hair, the visor, hair in a bun visor.
It
see the
is
white
black,
shoes, and then you see
sticky.
lettering, and I could only really read the first three, and it said CAL. I didn't know if that potentially was California or something similar to that.
And likewise, you're reviewing surveillance for Mr. Dickerson at approximately 12:46. Did you observe him near the Cubetas rear entry?
And if I could just back up and just add one thing to this.
I'll sustain the objection, Mr. McCormick, if you want to ask that.
Was there anything in addition you wanted to mention in regards to People 71?
Yes, this is now 10th Street, and they're walking east, and they're heading towards the front entrance of Cubetas.
Okay. So you were able to track Mr. Dickerson's movements at around 12:46 a.m. to Cubetas?
Yes.
And if we could have number 72, please. And what we're looking at here?
So this is the rear entrance to Cubetas. And you see right here, that's, I can tell it's Christopher based off of what he's wearing. And he's talking what looks like a security guard.
And number 73?
And I tracked his movement. He's led into the back area, and you can see his light colored jeans as he's walking into the rear of Cubetas.
All right. Just a minute, Judge. All right. Now, in regards to, what exhibit is that? 73. Okay, thank you. And in regards to, again, simultaneously tracking the movements of the other two individuals at 12:51, did you see them come out of Cubetas in the rear exit?
I did, yes.
All right, if we could have people's number 74, please.
So this is very difficult to see, and it's very kind of a distorted image up there. But I was able to watch it over and over again, and I saw the individual wearing all black.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
Sorry.
Okay, Rogue Mama, y'all, my son fractured his arm. Guess how? I am going to guess jumping on a trampoline during a rainstorm. Ask me how I know, because my sons wanted to do it last night. And when I told them no, I was the meanest mom ever. Yeah, she just is not she never has a good look. Fair enough. To be fair, I probably injured myself more in gym class because I was not naturally gifted with, well, the ability to figure out where my body was in space and gravity. Gravity has always been a son of a bum to me, you know.
As I watched this video, I saw the two same figures, one dressed in all black and one wearing a brown shirt in this area for a couple minutes. And what you're going to see is the one wearing the brown shirt exit the rear area and then walk back towards the Malibu.
All right, number 75, please.
So
That would be
from the
one of
video,
my
you're gonna-
kids.
What I saw was they exited, this individual exited, walked to the Malibu, got in the front driver's door of the Malibu, the lights turned on for approximately a minute, and then they exit the Malibu, and this is them returning back towards the rear Cubetas.
And during, well, at approximately 1:13 a.m., did you observe Mr. Dickerson near the rear entrance of the Cubetas?
I did.
And if we could publish 76, please. Now, were you able to determine if Mr. Dickerson was inside the Cubetas establishment?
Yes.
And were you, at some point in your investigation, given videos from patrons inside that had recorded that?
Yes.
All right. So, did you have an opportunity to meet with a Miss Flores at the Cubeta bar?
I did.
And who is she?
She's an employee of the establishment.
Did you meet with a Mario Carrasco as well?
I did.
And who is that?
He's the owner of Cubetas.
From your understanding, is that establishment still in business downtown?
I don't believe it is.
Did they provide you with, I'm going to call it phone video from inside the Cubetas that evening?
They did because they didn't have video surveillance.
All right. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as speakers 209.
And Mr. McCormick will stipulate to these.
209 and 210, Judge, those have been stipulated to.
209 and 210, all right. And Ms. Devereaux, is that right?
Yes, sir, thank you.
All right, I will then admit by stipulation 209 and 210 into the record.
All right, so permission to publish 209?
Yes, you may publish when appropriate.
So when you reviewed this particular video, were you able to recognize that individual?
Yeah, I believe it was Christopher based off the clothing and then his height as well too.
And when you observed that video, what did you observe Mr. Dickerson doing?
It looks like he's standing there.
All right, go ahead and play the rest of it. And
Now
then
I
if we
really
could
want
publish
chips and
210,
salsa, y'all.
please.
Which is terrible. Come on, Chris, get in there, dance. I know, look, I don't have moves either, but Okay, to be fair, it looks like these people actually have moved, so I wouldn't do my
Based
little
upon
shuffle.
that, were you, and your observations of Mr. Dickerson, was that him inside?
I believe so, yes.
Is there anybody else around him at the time that you observed?
Just people standing in front of him.
All right.
Oh,
And then were you able to track Mr. Dickerson's movements when he left that Cubetas?
I was.
And was that approximately 1:32 in the morning?
It was.
And if we could have published, please, 7-7.
So what you're going to see
Oh.
here is
I am from the south near Bloomington, so one of the small little kind of satellites to the San Francisco of Indiana. So, and I think you had asked me where I'd gotten the ketamine shots from, and if you still need that, let me know, or infusions, they're not shots. As I said, this clinic that I can send you that information was the cheapest one I found in Indiana. They did bundle 3 infusions for $1,000. So that was a full 1-hour infusion. Now, this particular clinic, if I wanted to add on an additional hour and get an additional hour of treatment, it was about $200 on the day of treatment. But that was the cheapest I found in Indiana. Other clinics were charging $1,000 per infusion. So it was medical pain and spine clinic, but let me get the actual number before I make something up in my brain, which could be reliable or not.
Christopher standing near, just outside of the gated area of Cubetas. And then you're going to, in video surveillance, I see him begin walking east through the parking lot.
78, please.
So this is him. This is Roasties now, video surveillance, and this is directly in front of the establishment. This is 8th Avenue right here, and that's Christopher arriving at the establishment. He stands outside, I think, and smokes.
This man was a national freaking treasure. His shirt just says straight out of F's. As one dumb t-shirt wearer to another, this man should have been safe to walk the streets. But don't pick up women you meet in alleys after 12 p.m. or a.m. Actually, any of the a.m. or p.m., don't pick up women in alleys. I feel like that could be a hard and fast rule for life. Possibly. I mean...
a cigarette for a couple minutes before he goes inside.
And then number 52.
Again, that's Christopher right there.
So based upon your review of this surveillance today, would you, was his clothing fairly distinctive that night?
Yes.
And are you aware of what his shirt says on there?
Yeah, it says straight out of Fox.
And you were able to track a dark t-shirt and I guess some light blue jeans?
Yes, and then the...
I object, and you approach, please.
Sure.
Y'all, I would just like to know, I would just like to let it be known that if I ever become a decedent, I would like to be wearing my most obnoxious t-shirt. Therefore, the court will have to read it out when identifying me. I would find it hilarious. I mean, I wouldn't be here, but when I was watching The Court in Heaven, Purgatory, I totally find it hilarious that it had to be brought up in court. His mom was so proud. You know who he looks like to me? He looks like Marty McFly's dad from Back to the Future. Don't look at the jury like you're looking at like wiping your lips and stuff. There we go, Crispin Glover. Thank you. I knew he had a real name and not Marty McFly's dad.
Okay. So at approximately 1:37, did you note if Mr. Dickerson was inside Roasties?
I did.
All right, and during that time, did he appear to interact with any individuals?
He did, yes.
All right, if we could have people's number 79, please.
So this is Christopher seated at the bar. You see in the video that he looks like he orders a drink and then he begins drinking it as he's seated there.
People's 80.
So I identified this individual that he's hugging as Dolores Vigil. There is an interaction between them, and I think as we continue, I can point out what that is.
81.
So Dolores has Christopher's phone at this point, and she begins manipulating his phone. And she has it for quite a bit of time as they're talking to each other.
So as you can see, Christopher is not a big man. So I'll just pause right here. I mean, obviously, he's not a big man. And Stacy is, again, trying to get us to buy that she felt cowed and terrified of this man. Now, given different personality types, even slender man over here, you know, yelling and getting into my personal space would cow me. I would not enjoy it at all. I have a feeling Stacy wouldn't let anyone into her personal space without at least, you know, giving clear boundaries or being willing to throw down. Now, that's what she alleged happened, but I don't think he was creeping up on her. I think she was the aggressor. Just given, again, he is passively, he's not looming over her as she's got his phone. I don't know Christopher Dickerson from, you know, anyone else, but again, this slender man put that woman into fear for her life. It just doesn't math.
Yeah, and that's Dolores Vigil.
All right, and through the course of your investigation, were you able to secure her phone records?
I was.
So when you had mentioned previously in your testimony about when reviewing both Mr. Dickerson's phone records and her phone records at approximately between 2:45 and 3:15 in the morning when they left Mr. Dickerson's, is that the phone number that was being contacted?
Yes.
All right. If we could have 180, please. And what do we see here?
So eventually, Dolores leaves. Let me get the pointer. So Dolores meets up with a group. That's Pete Valdez, and they begin talking. And at this point, Christopher is no longer really engaging with the group when he's inside.
We could have 181, please. So at approximately 1:48 a.m., what did you observe?
Christopher walks into the rear of Roasties and then turns around and then walks back towards the front.
182.
So Christopher then exits Roasties and he begins smoking a cigarette.
If we could have people's 82, please.
Eventually, after a couple minutes, Dolores Vigil exits Roasties and then they meet back up again and they hug.
And number 83.
Now Christopher is interacting with Pete Valdez and giving him a hug.
While you, again, were observing this, you're simultaneously tracking the two other individuals at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Just look at this man's arms. Again, he is not a big man. I mean, those jeans would probably be skinny jeans on me, but they are loose jeans on him. Well, he went to a bar or an establishment named The Box first, JKD Buck, but he only stayed a short time, 10 or 15 minutes. But chink. He did take a smoke afterwards, so. Yeah, I don't think that the jury is going to buy her being a sweet little girl, especially with the way she eyeballed those autopsy reports when I'm sure they were uncomfortable with them. She was just like, ooh. Ooh.
Did you notice them around the rear part of Cubetas?
I did.
All right, and if we could have 84, please. What are we looking at here?
So you're seeing they first exited into the fence patio area. They're back there for several minutes, and then they exit and they begin walking back towards the Malibu. This is a female dressed all in black with the white shoes and the visor and the bun, and this is the individual female that's wearing the brown shirt and the jeans with the kind of blondish highlighted hair.
All right, number 85.
So there's people filtering in and out of the bar, and I was able to track their movements. And what you see is somebody with all black, and I was able to see that they had at least white shoes on, and this is the Malibu right there, and you see them get into the driver's side of that vehicle, and you saw another individual get into the passenger side of that vehicle.
And based upon your review of videos from the downtown, video surveillance systems from downtown, were you able to track the movements of the Malibu as it left?
I was.
We have people's 180, I'm sorry, I can't see that. What is that? You have 183 up there now? Oh, okay, 183, sorry.
Again, this is just right before the person got to right here in the Malibu. You see their figure right there as well.
All right, if we could publish people's 86, please.
So this is Warm Hugs surveillance system, and it shows 8th Avenue right here, and it's more of the east side of that parking lot, and you see, so right there is the Malibu moving east through the parking lot.
We could have people's 87, please.
So there's the
Good
Malibu
idea.
right here, and now at this time, Christopher's crossed 8th Avenue, is walking west through the parking lot.
88, please.
It's Christopher walking near the Malibu and looking towards the window, or the passenger area, I should say.
So anything about people's 88 that further caught your attention?
Well, distinctly I knew it was Christopher, that, and then just the color and the shape of the vehicle.
Okay. Number 89.
So this is Christopher having a very short, looks like interaction. He nods his head up and down with this side of the Malibu. I can't tell for sure if the windows rolled down, but it looks like it is, before he continues west through the parking lot.
All right, if we could publish 185, please. Or excuse me, 184, I'm sorry.
So I retrieved video surveillance, and I was able to track the movements of the Malibu after it left the parking lot. If you bet says it went south on 8th Avenue before it turned west on 11th Street, and this is La Taramara Market, and that's the Malibu turning left, and it's going west on 11th Street.
185. And what do we see here?
This is Subway's video surveillance. It's now going north on 9th Avenue.
Number 186. And what do we see here?
This is Points West Bank, showing it still going north on 9th Avenue, and I'm able to confirm it's the same vehicle based on the dark tinted windows, the color of the vehicle, and then also the rims.
People's 90. And what does this photo depict?
These cameras are owned and operated by the Downtown Developmental Authority, and this is right near the Rio. You see Christopher walking north along 9th Avenue on the east side of the sidewalk.
People's 91.
Same camera, but now you can see the reflection of the Malibu as it's following the same path as Christopher.
And people's 92.
This is 477 Distilling. You can see Christopher walking north on 9th Avenue as he goes past the establishment.
Why isn't a distillery
And then
open on a
people's number 93.
Saturday?
And this is still 477 Distilling. You can see the Malibu, same rim, same vehicle following the same path as Christopher.
And then did this kind of bring you back at 2:16 a.m. to the neighborhood surveillance system showing the vehicles returning to Mr. Dickerson's residence?
Yes.
All right. Now, at some point during your investigation, were you contacted by Mr. Alan Dickerson?
I was.
And who is Mr. Alan Dickerson?
Excuse me, that's the father of Christopher.
And was he able to provide you with some, was he able to provide you with Christopher Dickerson's Google account location information?
Yes.
And did he eventually give you full access to Mr. Dickerson's Google account to include the location information?
He did.
And that has been previously entered into evidence as people's number 202?
Yes.
All right. Now, did you have an opportunity to review that location information, that CD that's been entered into evidence?
Yes.
All right. And what were you able to learn from reviewing the location information?
Sticky Widget, I believe that you can always voluntarily give your footage over, but I think that if they need to compel you or they absolutely need this footage, then they would have to go get a search warrant, because I believe that, you know, they have to prove to a judge that they really need it, and then I think that they would be able to get your, footage unless you contested it, but I'm not. I will have to ask my lawyer friends when I hang out with them again or am on a panel, because I believe that they would need a search warrant and it would need to be pursuant to an active investigation that they're doing.
I was able to determine Christopher's movements earlier in the night, which lined up with the video surveillance I saw downtown. And then I was also to determine his movements at around the house, and then also the movements that lined up with the video. And then when something of note is when the Malibu left, at 5:11 a.m., Christopher's phone location left as well.
All right. You could publish people's 111, please. So what are we looking at here?
So when the Malibu left at around 5:11, 5:12 a.m., this is a Google location showing that Christopher's phone left at the same time. And it went east on 25th Street, which is consistent with the Malibu turning east on 25th Street.
And was your review of that consistent with you seeing the Malibu leaving Mr. Dickerson's home at about 5:11 a.m. as we've previously viewed in Exhibit 2E as in Edward?
Yes.
Can we play 2E, please?
So again, the video is about 6 minutes off or so, but you're going to see, this is the corner 2436. You'll see the Malibu leaving. And at this time, you also see movement on Christopher's phone that it's also leaving his residence.
If you unalive someone, don't take their phone with you before you torch their house. Actually, just leave their phone behind.
And again, it turned east on 25th Street because I didn't see it go west.
And based upon that Google location information, were you able to determine if the Malibu and Mr. Dickerson's phone returned to his house in a few minutes after that?
Yes, around 5:24 a.m., you see the Malibu coming back to the residence, and then you see Christopher's phone also return back to that location.
If we could publish 112, please. What are we looking at here?
That's just the total trip. So it went this way. That's what we saw in the previous exhibit. It comes up this direction, hangs about around here in the neighborhood, and then it returns back to Christopher's location, his residence location.
And is that consistent with the video surveillance that you observed and we've previously played in Exhibit 2F as in Frank?
Yes.
If we could publish 2F, please.
So again, this is the 2436 residence. You're going to see the Malibu going north on 15th Avenue Court. So it's coming back from the location of 25th Street, going east. It's going to turn north. And what I saw in the video is consistent with what I saw in Christopher's phone's location.
Were you able to determine if the Malibu and the victim's phone, Mr. Dickerson's, left again shortly thereafter?
I did.
And if we could look at 113, please.
So now Christopher's phone is left again, and at this endpoint is where you see is where the location is registered. So it left the residence and then went kind of in a north western location through the neighborhood.
Now, with that information, what did you do next?
I began tracking the movements. At this point, I believe the suspects had the phone, so I began tracking the movements after the fire.
If we could publish 114, please. And what are we looking at here?
So you'll see here, it's around, I think, 5:33 a.m. This is 35th Avenue. That's 35th Avenue. This is about 22nd Street. This is 28th Street right here. And it's registering the location right around that 22nd Street or so, along, running essentially parallel with 35th Avenue.
Exhibit 115.
So you can see that's what we saw previously. It makes that kind of jaunt over, and there's 35th Avenue. It continues up to 5th Street and then heads close to 54th Avenue, going west on 5th Street.
Exhibit 116, please. So let me back up to 114 for a minute. Can we publish 114? Were you able to tell the time frame at approximately 5:30 a.m. that this was traveling?
Around that time, yeah.
And then in regards to exhibit number 115, was that at approximately 5:43 a.m.?
Yes.
Based upon your review and investigation, that's about the time the fire was called in.
Approximately, yes.
In regards to 116, at 5:57 a.m., what are we looking at here?
The phone is now, it ends right here. It's in the Approximately the 5800 block of 29th Street.
Okay. And in regards to about 6:13 a.m., did you observe or notice the location of Mr. Dickerson's phone up around First Street Road?
Yes.
If we could have 117, please.
So you see the phone went to 47th Avenue, traveled north on 47th Avenue, and then it gave a location right there, and it's there for approximately 6 minutes.
And if we could publish 125, please.
No, we shouldn't. It's rainy, but I refuse to have snow. No, I refuse. I'm giving up. No more snow, no more. I've said no.
Now, what are we looking at here?
So the phone is notating a location right there. This is First Street Road, and then this is 45th Avenue.
126, please.
We've got freezing cold rain.
The phone
Ooh.
is, again, notating a location in the same general area.
127.
Oh, yikes.
What do we see here?
The phone is now notating a location up on near 45th Avenue.
128.
And the phone is back over in this general location where it was before.
129.
Again, now it's bouncing back over in this general location.
Does that, based upon your experience with these types,
Objection 702.
were you, I'll strike and move on.
Okay.
Were you aware, was the phone physically being moved at that time?
All I know is that the phone was giving a general location in this area, and it bounced back towards that, near that house a couple of times in that 6-minute time frame.
All right. And at 6:25 a.m., did you observe his phone again move away from that area?
Yes.
And that phone would be Mr. Dickerson's?
Yes.
You could have 119, please.
So now it's just, it left,
Objection narrative.
All right. What is 119 showing us?
it left that location near 45th Avenue and First Street Road, and now it's traveling east on 5th Street.
And if we could have people's 120? So at 6:33 a.m., what did you observe in regards to movements of Mr. Dickerson's phone?
Now it's near around 25th Street and 11th Avenue. That's just past 25th Street. This is 26th Street right here.
All right. Judge, I do actually have a few more questions. I can get through it in 10 minutes or so, or is this now, what would you prefer?
Let's go ahead and finish up, Ms. Depp,
Okay.
unless you have an objection to that. Okay.
All right, thank you. So in that regards to the location of 2500 Block and 11th Avenue, was there anything particular about that location that caught your attention?
Yes, at that time, we had a mobile automatic license plate reader in the 2600 block of 11th Avenue.
And are you familiar with what those mobile license plate readers are?
Yes, I am.
Have you used those through your investigation as a detective with the Greeley Police Department?
Yes, often.
So did you have an opportunity then to review the ALPR reports from that particular unit?
I did.
And what did you observe during your review?
I observed a specific Chevrolet Tahoe go through that location at the same time as Christopher's phone.
And that would have been at 6:33 a.m.?
Yes.
All right, so based upon the information that you'd had to date in regards to the neighborhood surveillance video and downtown surveillance video, you now are able to track Mr. Dickerson.
Objection leading.
All right, Mr. McCormick, will you finish that question?
Sure. I was going to ask, did you have a suspicion that vehicles had been switched?
All right, based on that, I will overrule the objection, and the witness can answer.
Yes, I did.
If we could have Exhibit 132, please. And what are we looking at here?
So this is a query read of that Chevrolet Tahoe going through the automatic license plate reader at 6:33 a.m. on October 3rd, 2021. And that's the license plate, which I manually entered in to make sure that it was, in fact, that Chevrolet Tahoe that was registered to.
And when you manually entered that in, who is that vehicle registered to?
Stacy Rodriguez.
Were you able to note height and weight characteristics?
I was at 5'4", 250 pounds.
All right. I'd like to compare some photos for a minute. If we could compare 195. With 54. 69. And 104. So in regards to the photo on this would be your left. Is that a known photograph of the defendant?
It is.
Were you able to utilize that photograph and compare it to previously admitted items 54 and 69?
I was.
All right. What types of consistencies or characteristics did you note in that comparison?
In the known photograph, Stacy's wearing all black. She has her hair in a bun. She has a visor. I looked at her general shape compared to, this is at Points West Bank. And then this is at near Cubetas as they're walking out. And I saw the same consistencies in the visor, the hair in a bun, and the general shape of the individual.
Did you then begin looking into any family that she had in the area?
Yes,
And a couple things. Did you locate that?
I did.
And did you recall the address where family was?
Miguel Rodriguez, which is her brother, lives at 4540 First Street Road.
And is that based upon your review of the Google location?
Oh, hell no, did we have a picture, and I'm not going to see this
Yeah,
crap.
the first location
Locations of,
at 4540 First.
did you recall the address where family was? And a couple things. Did you locate that?
I did.
To any family that she had in the area?
Yes,
And a couple things. Did you locate
That was not
I
a
did.
And
pleasant
did you recall the address where
side
family
view.
was?
Miguel Rodriguez, which is her brother, lives at 4540 First Street Road.
And is that based upon your review of the Google locations of Mr. Dickerson's phone? Did the phone end up in that particular area?
Yeah, the first location we saw of where the phone was at a house is one house east of 4540 First Street Road.
If we could publish 125, please. And that's previously been published, but is that in the area of 4540 First Street Road?
Yes, 4540 is this house right here.
Right. Now, with that information, did you request the assistance of Detective John Colgate to help in this?
I did.
And was that specifically for further review of the ALPR records?
I did.
And was this in the area of 25th Street and 35th Avenue?
It was.
And why did you pick that particular location?
Because I knew that we had an automatic license plate reader that was stationary in that location.
And based upon that review, were you provided information about a Malibu that had gone through that area?
I was.
And you recall approximately what time on October 3rd, 2021, it went through that area?
About 5:33 a.m.
And was that motor vehicle captured, the silver Chevy Malibu captured on the ALPR?
It was.
If we could have number 114, please. So what are we looking at here?
This is just showing Christopher's phone path through that general location at about 5:30 a.m. Excuse me, 5:30 a.m.
And if we could have 131 published, please. And what do we have, what are we looking at here?
So this is the silver Chevrolet Malibu. That's the license plate that is to it. And then you can tell kind of the similar consistencies with the rear of the vehicle that I saw on the video surveillance.
So now with that information in hand, did you try and?
Yes, they stole
based
his
upon
phone and drove
these
around in it,
locations,
changed cars to be stealthy, and carried the phone with them. They are the best criminals ever.
Go to where the Mr. Dickerson's phone was in the 5800 block of 29th Street?
Yes.
All right, and what, if we can go to 116, please? So at 5:57 a.m., what did you observe here?
This is just the location of Christopher's phone right there.
And if we have 122 published?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, he said right there. Can you just make sure it's clear he's pointing for the record? Thank you.
Right here.
And Mr. McCormick, can you just generally describe that?
Yes. We're looking at people's number 116. So at 5:57 a.m., where was the victim's phone?
It was in this general location.
All right, and are you aware what that general location is?
It was near a location of Hannah Varella's family.
All right,
Again, same
And
objection.
is that the lower left hand of that?
The lower left-hand corner, where my pointer is the general location of Hosanna Varella's family.
All right, thank you.
and did you, so what was were you able to determine, well, let me ask you this, strike that. Let's go to 121, please. Based upon those, a Google phone location, were you able to determine where the last known location of Mr. Christopher Dickerson's phone was?
Yes.
Okay, and do you remember what area that was in?
It was near, right here, which is 31st Street and 11th Avenue.
And you're pointing at the end of the map?
Yes.
And were you able to determine if there was any family members associated with this case that lived there in that area?
Hosanna Varella's family, yes.
All right. Now, during your investigation, were you able to locate that Malibu?
I was.
And do you remember where it was at?
The Malibu was registered to Stacy Rodriguez's brother, Miguel Rodriguez, and we located it at 4540 First Street Road.
If we could have exhibit, is it 211? All right, so what are we looking at here?
This is the Malibu. I believe this is at 2:16 a.m. This is the Malibu pulling into the driveway of Christopher's residence.
All right, if we could have 139.
This is after we located the Malibu. We took shots of that Malibu that's registered to Miguel Rodriguez, Stacy's brother.
And I'd like to compare People's 139 to 211 and to number 87. And can you point out what you observed in these photographs in regards to consistencies of the vehicle?
Obviously, the shape, you see the shape between all three photos is consistent. You'll see the 5-spoke wheels or rims are consistent, the dark colored tinted window. And then I was also able to confirm that this Malibu has a sunroof, and you would see it in the ALR photograph. When it went through, it also had a sunroof as well, too.
All right. Through the course of your investigation, did you eventually come in contact with both the defendant and Hosanna Varela on November 11th, 2021?
I did.
And during that time, did you have contact with Miss Hosanna Varela?
I did.
And where's your body-worn camera operating at the time?
It was, yes.
Judge, I think this might be an appropriate time to stop before we publish this for the morning break, please.
Sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning recess at this time. I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone, either in...
And fast forward.
versus Stacy Rodriguez. Parties are present as previously captioned. We come back after our morning recess and we are outside of the presence of the jury. Any issues we need to address before we bring the jury in and resume?
No, nothing to say.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor, thank you. I appreciate it.
We'll bring the jury in and get started.
Oh, is she working with a tic-tac-toe for her? She's probably like, stop looking menacing. Try to smile.
Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Burrows, I'll remind you that you are still under oath, and Mr. McCormick, you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. So, Detective, when we just before we left off on the break, I had asked you if on November 11th of 2021, you had come in contact with the defendant and Hosanna Varela.
I did.
And was that interaction, specifically, did you speak to Miss Hosanna Varela?
I did, yes.
And was that interaction captured on your body-worn camera?
It was.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as People's Number 188. Ask you to take a look at it for a moment. Do you recognize that DVD?
I do.
Have you had an opportunity to view that?
I have.
Your initials and the date that you viewed it appear on there?
Yes.
Is it an accurate depiction of the interaction you had with Ms. Hosanna Varela on November 11th, 2021?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move into evidence People's 188.
Any objection to 188?
No, thank you.
All right. The court will admit into evidence states 188, and you may publish at your discretion.
Thank you. So based upon that interaction with both the defendant and Ms. Varela, did you subsequently, through your investigation, secure search warrants for 2 motor vehicles?
I did, yes.
Was one of them the Malibu that belonged to the defendant's brother?
Yes.
Is it the same Malibu that you witnessed throughout your review of video from the neighborhood and downtown?
Yes.
And also, did you have a search warrant that was granted for the Tahoe that was registered to the defendant?
Yes.
I'd like to publish People's 171, please.
All right. Go ahead.
And what are we looking at here?
171 is the Chevrolet Tahoe. And then looking at it, I can compare it to the ALPR photos at 6:33 a.m. and they look consistent, specifically the rims and the color and the shape.
All right. As well as the registration and license plate?
Yes.
We're all consistent? Okay. And then 172, please.
It's just a close-up of the side of the or the Chevrolet Tahoe, sorry.
Now, during the course of that search of the Tahoe, were certain items located on the inside?
Yes,
Did those items include clothing?
yes.
If I could have 174 published, please. And what are we looking at here?
That's a shirt that we found on the interior of the Tahoe. It says California on the front in a block in black lettering, so right here. And then on the side, you can read in white, California.
And if we could have 175 published?
That's just a side view of the same shirt.
I'd like to compare 175 to 71. 175 to 71. We're going to ask to compare photograph 175 to 71 here in a minute. And what are we looking at here?
This is the video from downtown Points West Bank of who I believe to be Stacy Rodriguez walking past the establishment towards Cubetas.
Call me crazy, but it seems like they have all the evidence on this chick. And I'm just not buying that this shy, retiring, orchid, this hothouse orchid, yeah, the story is not mathing up, and not even Cole's cash math is adding up.
You can see the consistency in the lettering on the shirt from Points West Bank, and then compared to the shirt that we found inside of the Tahoe.
All right, Judge, if I can have a minute, please.
Sure.
Judge, I don't have any additional questions at this time for Mr. Burrows. We do intend on recalling him later in the case, so
Thank you. Ms. Devereaux, do you have any cross-examination at this time, or do you prefer to do that at a later time?
Your Honor, I do have some questions. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Burrows.
Good morning.
So I'm calling you Mr. Burrows, not out of disrespect, but just to clarify, you aren't a detective anymore.
No, I'm not.
Okay, you're not in law enforcement anymore,
No.
actually. Okay. So I just want to make sure I wasn't.
He's like, hell
disrespectful by
no.
not calling you Detective Burrows. So
There's
thank
no
you.
disrespect.
As we've heard, you were the lead detective on this case, right?
Yes.
And so I want to start this morning by really kind of talking about those first few hours and days of a homicide investigation. Okay?
Yes.
So during those first couple hours and days, you're trying to find out as much information as you can about the deceased individual. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And I'm talking more than just basic demographics. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you're trying to look at who the person was associated with.
Yes.
You're trying to look at who their family is, of course, right?
Yes.
You're trying to look at all potential connections to the victim.
Correct.
And you're doing that because you're trying to figure out who could have had any kind of conflict with this individual.
Yes, that's one of the reasons.
Right.
Yeah.
You're looking for a motive and you're looking for a suspect, right?
Yes.
And obviously, when you're looking at trying to identify a suspect and trying to identify a motive, one of the first places you're going to go to as a homicide detective is any source of conflict that individual may have been having around the time of his death. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And that's what you did in this case, right?
Yes.
And when you first got called to the scene of the arson, and as we heard, you're learning more information that may suggest this isn't just arson, right? Is that, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
can you say yes or no?
Yes,
Sorry.
the
That's okay.
the metal
Yes.
file sticking out of his neck.
And during those initial days in this investigation, you interviewed, as we heard, Mr. Dickerson's parents, right?
Correct.
You interviewed his roommate, David Laming, Laming,
Yes.
who also lived at this residence that Mr. Dickerson lived at, right?
Yes.
That's generally what a roommate means, right?
Yes.
You also interviewed an ex-coworker, Michelle Yanesta, Ynesta.
I did. Yes.
And also you interviewed two of Mr. Dickerson's friends who were in town visiting around the time.
Yes, I did.
A Mr. Kent Mistel, Mistal.
Yes.
A Mr. Nathaniel Strickland, Strickland.
Yes.
You interviewed neighbors, as we've heard, right?
Yes.
You also interviewed an ex-fiance of Mr. Dickerson's, Bethany Cook, C-O-O-K.
I didn't, Detective Arpin did.
Thank you for that clarification. And that's a really important point. You're one man, you're not doing all of these interviews.
No, most of the ones that you said, I did all those
Right.
interviews, just not Bethany Cook.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. And during each one of those interviews, again, you're trying to look at what sort of conflicts Mr. Dickerson was having around this time. Is that
Yeah,
fair?
I'm trying to learn who Christopher Dickerson is.
Right. And again, as we talked about earlier, what sorts of conflict, who could have done this, right?
Correct.
Okay,
And
ma'am, you're not gonna throw in like another crazy suspect. Like, look, no, I know it looks bad for my client, but he had an ex-fiance and she snuck into the back door. And I know it looks like my client lit the fire and then hauled ass out of there. But what you cannot see through the ring footage is that the fiance was in there and she had did it. And she was like, take this cell phone, I gotta run, Thelma and Louise style. So you just take this. Bringing up the fact that he might have had friction with other people does nothing but denigrate Mr. Dickerson. And there really isn't a point that we need to look at other suspects. They have pretty much, I mean, other than her taking a selfie as she next to the body, smiling, giving a peace sign, is about all this chick did not do. So I don't know where she's going with this, but you have got to be freaking kidding me.
you, as we heard earlier from Mr. Alan Dickerson, learned that Mr. Christopher Dickerson had been recently fired from his employment.
That's correct.
And that firing was sort of a accumulation of 3 to 4 months of conflict for Mr. Christopher Dickerson with his employer.
I don't know exact time frame, 3 to 4 months, but there was an accumulation that ultimately led to the firing.
Would it refresh your memory to view that portion of your interview with Mr. Alan Dickerson dated October 3rd, 2021?
Sure. Yeah.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, go ahead.
So he lost his job, he went to bars. This is just like the tinfoil thing from the Megan Boswell case. Other than denigrating someone that can't speak for themselves, I don't know where they're going with this. Because we didn't catch hide nor hair of, his boss or, some employment officer from HR coming into his house and torching it. All this serves is to, again, denigrate Chris Dickerson, but, okay, it does maybe show a different point. The defense is going to now try to put forward that Mr. Dickerson is an unagreeable person. He gets in conflicts at work. He gets in so many conflicts at work that he got fired. So he's an aggressive, angry, person who just lost his job and wanted to take his anger out on a young, fragile 19-year-old who outweighed him by 80 pounds, 90 pounds. Look, I'm bad at math. 90 pounds? Possibly.
No, that's fine.
Any day, ladies, any day. And welcome, ghosts. He's like, we are waiting.
Yes, go ahead.
What in the shady hell is this crap?
Again, I apologize for that. Technology's fun. Is your memory fresh now?
Yes.
Okay. And so again, the firing was sort of this accumulation of ongoing contention between him and his employer for 3 to 4 months leading up to his death.
Yeah, you said 3 to 4 months, maybe a year is what Alan said.
Thank you. And so, again, you're hearing this from Mr. Alan Dickerson, who, again, just to clarify, you're learning this on October 3rd, right?
Yes.
And You also interviewed on October 3rd, Mr. David Lamming, right?
Yes.
And again, this contentious relationship and ultimate firing was also something you learned about from Mr. Lamming.
Yes.
Specifically that Mr. Dickerson had a lot of anger around being let go and what had happened.
I think he was upset about the whole situation.
Right. And Mr. Dickerson's anger and frustration about his employment and ultimate firing was also described to you by Michelle Yanesta.
I think it was, yes.
And she actually worked at NUSA as well.
Yes.
And as we heard, you did this neighborhood, you and your other colleagues at the Greeley Police Department did this neighborhood canvas around Mr. Dickerson's residence.
Yes.
And at the time, Mr. Dickerson had moved to the residence within the last year or two before all this happened.
I believe so, yes.
And so a lot of his neighbors didn't really know him at all.
I think some of them knew him and then some of them didn't.
Yeah, there was like maybe one or two that actually knew him other than seeing him drive by and knew where he lived.
Yeah, I don't know if it was one or two. It was like a handful that knew him and then
Right.
there was many that didn't.
But is it fair to say none of them were really particularly close with him?
I don't know what, I guess I would have to define what close is.
Okay, I appreciate that. How about I ask you this?
Okay.
Not a whole lot of information in terms of investigative leads was learned from his neighbors.
That's correct.
Again, but the only sort of source of conflict that any of them knew about was, again, his anger about being fired from NUSA.
The neighbors or his close friends?
His neighbors.
His
I don't
neighbors
remember
probably wouldn't
exactly
know.
which neighbors didn't have who voiced that. I didn't speak to every neighbor. There's other officers who spoke to neighbors.
Right, but you're the lead investigator on the case, right?
Yes.
And your job is to review the information that those other officers provide to you.
Yes.
And so one of those neighbors was a man named Israel. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember do you remember Israel's last name?
Macatella? Yeah.
And again, he didn't really know Mr. Dickerson that well, but he knew that Chris was angry about being fired leading up to going out this evening.
Yeah. He is the only neighbor I know specifically that knew about Christopher's firing and how upset he was.
And as we've seen, you've combed through quite a bit of phone records of Miss Rodriguez, Miss Varela, and Mr. Dickerson.
Yes. Yes.
There's also been Facebook messages that you combed through.
Yes.
Again, you've looked into all three of these individuals' lives,
Yes.
and you found absolutely no connection between Miss Rodriguez and Mr. Varela. I mean, Mr. Dickerson
Yeah, I found no connection whatsoever.
before this night.
But yeah,
Yes, I don't know how clear that it can be that he met them in an alleyway outside of a club. But she's like, "Are you sure that the his job didn't make him angry and he turns into the Hulk?"
for October 3rd.
And you also likewise found no connection between Miss Rodriguez and Mr. Dickerson before October 2nd into the 3rd.
Correct.
And as the jury heard, you were sort of able to pinpoint the exact moment that Miss Rodriguez and Miss Varela and Mr. Dickerson crossed paths.
Yes.
And you were able to do that from the surveillance video that we saw.
Correct.
And that was after the bars let out, correct?
Correct.
And I want to take you back to when Mr. Dickerson left his residence that evening.
Okay.
And you testified this morning that Mr. Dickerson left his neighborhood at approximately 11:56 p.m.
That's when he actually left the neighborhood, but he left his, he pulled out of his residence earlier in the night.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And as we saw and heard, Mr. Dickerson went to the box first in downtown Greeley,
Yes.
and he was inside for approximately 15 minutes. Does that sound right?
Around that time, yeah.
Okay. And you went to the box, right?
Detective Onderlin did.
Detective Onderlin did, okay. And you and Detective Onderlin never were able to find any kind of evidence to suggest that he actually spoke to anyone there.
No, there was no interior cameras,
Right.
and we didn't know who was there that night.
Right. But Detective Onderlin did interview staff there, correct?
I think the security personnel, yes.
Right. And so the only information that you and Detective Onderlin came up with was that he spoke to staff only, right?
As far as I can tell, yes.
Right. And he was there for about 15 minutes, and through the box's record keeping, you were able to learn that he did purchase a drink while there.
He made a purchase there.
Correct. Do you recall Detective Onderlin writing that he bought one drink at 12:15?
I don't remember Detective Onderlin writing that. I just remember what I saw on the receipt, which was for $6.
Thank you. And so he left the box and went and smoked a cigarette at approximately, is it fair to say, 12:31?
Sure.
Where are we going with
So he's
this?
standing alone smoking a cigarette, and then he leaves that area and goes to the Cubetta's bar at 12:46 a.m.
Yes.
And while
And where is he
inside the
at?
Cubetta's
Rusty's?
bar, in
Or
nightclub, is it a nightclub? Is that
Roasties.
fair to say?
Sure.
Okay, we'll call it a nightclub. You learned that at 1:01 a.m., without saying what the text message was, you learned that Mr. Dickerson sent a text message.
Correct.
And that text message was sent from Mr. Dickerson to his friend, Mr. Kent Mistel.
That is correct.
And again, this text message was sent only about an hour before Mr. Dickerson had contact with Stacy and Hosanna.
Yeah, approximately.
And again, without going into detail of what was said in the text message, would you agree that it presented an inaccurate portrayal of Mr. Dickerson's activities inside of Cubetta's?
From the limited video I saw, yes.
And also from interviews law enforcement had with Ms. Flores, right?
Yes.
Okay, he lied about hanging out with a chick or even meeting a chick. Look, Mr. Dickerson was at the back of the club just trying to stay out of the action. But she's really gonna shame the man for lying and saying like he's dancing it up when obviously he wasn't. I mean, can we shelve that little bit of petty? Really?
And I'll come back to that in a moment. But the text message used some interesting terminology to describe females. Is that fair to say?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Derogatory terminology that refers to women essentially as subpar or with women with subpar moralities.
If that's the technical definition, I don't know what the technical definition.
He's like, it's hotastic up in this joint. And she's like, well, I never. Oh, ma'am, welcome to Mo in the Deep End, the Petty Express, where we have, hodacity. She had the hodacity to get all mad about hodacity. Oh, for the love of all that is holy. See, he said a mean word about women in a text to his friend on a Saturday night. Well, lock this man up.
But it was derogatory.
Calling women whores and sluts, basically.
Again, I don't know what the technical definition is. I just know it was derogatory in nature.
Okay. What's your understanding of what that word meant?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
It was, like I said, derogatory towards women.
Right. In a sexual way, right?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess the context could be yes.
Right. And I want to talk about the video that we.
Let's not get into what the text said, but concerning the text that I didn't want you to talk about, did he use a naughty word? Well, yes, he's an adult. He probably used a curse word. Also, were said women, hoes? Did we ask every single female there if she identified as a hoe or, not? Hoe or no? The answer is yours.
Saw in the prosecution's exhibits 209 and 210. That's the video that we're talking about inside Cubetta's.
Yeah.
Law enforcement went to Cubetta's, and unfortunately, they didn't have any kind of surveillance video that was working inside the actual establishment. Is that fair?
Yeah, we couldn't find. We combed everywhere inside of there.
Right. Wasn't there like an issue with it going to China or Japan or something?
Yeah,
Something unusual?
Yeah, there was a DVR system, and I went and physically looked at it, but then there was some issue with it going to the cloud, and then ultimately we
Right.
couldn't get anything from there.
Again, technology is very wonderful sometimes.
Yes.
But when you were, and it was you who went, correct?
Myself and other detectives, yes.
Right. And so you're kind of working through this process with the owner and employee of Cubetta's, and you're able to identify to them what you're looking for.
KLF, we actually saw that. I thought it was going to be 3 days. We did stream it, and I will cut that out and put that with the Skelton Brothers playlist. I didn't realize that. I do wonder why, and here's my only bitch about this. If the judge wanted more concrete evidence, then why didn't she ask for it? Why didn't she bring up that they were using hearsay, second, third-hand hearsay? Why didn't she ask for any of the documentation? That being said, it did look like it affected that judge to have had to make that particular ruling. That being said, if she had questions, if she needed to see the site documents, I don't know why she didn't. So I do not understand all that as far as the Skelton brothers, but I will have to, I am keeping a lookout for any sort of forward movement onto that, case. But as of right now, it's just it's not a great feeling, and I do wonder why the judge didn't ask for more documentation and, to clarify certain things if she was worried about the validity or what she would have needed to see to, go ahead and conclude that with all of the evidence and what she would have needed, I guess, is what I would have asked the judge, because I feel like I needed kind of explained to me why she didn't ask that question or those questions, for the documentation, which I'm sure they have, or, what needed to be presented. That being said, probably tonight after I go out on date night, I will be clipping that from this particular live stream, putting it up along with my final thoughts to go on the Skelton Brothers playlist and see if I can see if there's any forward motion on that case in the near future.
For and what would be helpful in these videos, and in part because Mr. Dickerson was kind of standing there very unusual.
I just remember them saying that he was standing there.
Right, and when you specifically interviewed Miss Flores, she was able to go back and find this video that we've seen.
Because he's an introvert. And look, he's an introvert, nerdy white guy. He doesn't look like he has rhythm. And as another rhythmically challenged person who is a not kind of outsidian person, had I gone to Cabellas or whatever this club was, I probably would have been standing in the back like a weirdo too. So I really hate that they are using every single thing that they can in front of them. I understand why they're doing it. I understand they're doing it for their client. But he wasn't standing any more awkwardly than any other, less than rhythmic white, nerdy male that I've seen at a club who doesn't know how to dance. Look, the boy just don't have no rhythm. It's okay. Look, we stick together and stand awkwardly at the end of clubs.
Because he was standing against this pool table.
Yes.
And he was essentially standing against the pool table the entire time he was there, according to her.
Yes, I believe so.
And it actually stood out to her because it was just kind of an odd behavior given the rest of what was going on.
I think he stood out because he was standing there, yes.
Watching what appears to be females dancing in front of him, right?
And males.
And males, without interacting with anyone.
Not that she recalled.
Okay. And not dancing.
No.
Just kind of standing there watching against the pool table.
Yes.
And again, it stood out to her so much so that she mentioned it to you twice.
I know she mentioned to me, I don't know if it's exactly twice or more, but yeah, she mentioned to me, I think, multiple times.
And as an introvert, I see nothing really weird with this behavior. So it is all the lens. To an extroverted person, that might look creepy or weird. To an introverted person, we're like, yeah, that's a whole lot going on.
You were here, obviously, when Mr. Burson testified, or Dr. Burson testified on Friday about Mr. Dickerson's BAC.
Yes.
And this isn't the first time you heard that Mr. Dickerson's BAC was a 0.36.
No, it's not the first time.
Because you obviously have read the autopsy report, right?
Yes.
And based on your training and experience as a police officer, you know that that is over 4 times the legal limit to drive a motor vehicle, right?
Yes.
And because you have this timeline of Mr. Dickerson going to the box and was there for 15 minutes and you had a $6 receipt, or let me ask you this, were you able to determine how much alcohol he drank at Cubetta's?
No, I was not.
Okay. And so we know at the box he wasn't there for very long. He goes to Cubetta's. We don't know how much he drank there, correct?
Yes.
And before going out that evening at 11:56, you learned information that Mr. Dickerson drank before he left.
I don't remember if I did or not. If you could help me remember.
Sure, it's been a couple years, so
Yeah.
that's fair. Do you recall speaking to Mr. David Lamming?
Yes.
Okay. And did Mr. Lamming show you text message communications between him and Mr. Dickerson?
Yes, and I think I kind of remember now.
Okay. And so you have information that Mr. Dickerson actually consumed Fireball before
Oh,
even heading
no.
out that evening.
I remember it was alcohol. I don't remember if it was exactly Fireball, if it was the...
JKD Buck, one time I had a lady walk up to me in a bar in college, ask how I was doing. I said, fine, thank you, then nothing, and she walked away. Yes, And then J.K.D. Buck says, later that week it dawned on me that she was trying to initiate a conversation. As a fellow confused person when out in, public, this sounds like something I would do. The Pretty Express now run through my veins trying to activate a phone. It should not be as hard as it is, but it is. He said, I also had a cousin who told me 2 different women liked me at college, like they were flirty, and it didn't even register. Look, to be fair, I have such hard time with social cues too that I'm like, could you just spell out what we're trying to, like, what the intentions here are? Because I'm confused.
Pumpkin beer, but I know it was something like that.
Okay, would it help you refresh your memory to view the text message communication between Mr. Dickerson and Mr. Lamming?
Yeah, that'd be great.
So he had a pumpkin beer. I mean, what is that, like 2.0 alcohol by volume?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
Well, at least your mom, was your wingman and you got together.
Refresh now in terms of the type of alcohol Mr. Dickerson consumed from his roommate before leaving to go out this night?
Yes.
And that was Fireball, correct?
It is asked if you could have a shot of Fireball.
Correct. And then you spoke to Mr. Lamming.
Okay, so a shot of Fireball, one $6 drink, plus if he had a drink or two in cubetas, you get home. I mean, his highly intoxicated state actually tracks better with Hosanna's story that they were basically giving him straight vodka while they were drinking water. So she was mixing drinks allegedly. Now this is denied by the defense, but Hosanna, I think tomorrow, is going to testify, at least in her telling of events, that when they got to Mr. Dickerson's home, they basically started giving him straight vodka. And they pretended to take whatever, but, it was water. So this tracks with him being highly intoxicated. It tracks with them plying him with more liquor when he got home. Not that he took a shot of Fireball and that automatically took his blood alcohol level up to, bajillion. We have hand waved her name as Hosanna. Oh, you know what? I didn't even put that connection together. But no, I just simply didn't make the connection. But now it's definitely going up as Hosanna when we do the banner.
Actually, twice, October 3rd and October 5th, 2021, correct?
I don't remember the second conversation. I remember the first one. Probably if it was the second one, it might have been over the phone.
Okay. Well, let me talk to you about October 3rd, 2021. Okay. This interview with Mr. Lamming occurred at the Greeley Police Department, right?
Correct.
And again, Mr. Lamming tells you that Mr. Dickerson wanted Fireball whiskey, right?
Correct.
And that the Fireball whiskey was kept, let me withdraw that. The Fireball whiskey Mr. Lamming had that Mr. Dickerson wanted was kept in the living room area of their house.
I believe so, yes.
And Mr. Lamming was not home that evening.
No, he was not.
So the text message that you just saw was, again, Mr. Dickerson sort of checking in, can I borrow your Fireball or drink your Fireball?
Yes.
And Mr. Lamming didn't know how much was gone from the Fireball bottle because there was a fire.
Yes.
So you had no way of knowing how much Fireball Mr. Dickerson consumed before going out, leaving his neighborhood at 11:50.
So what you're trying to get me to believe is that Mr. Dickerson chugged the entire thing of Fireball, and the only reason you're saying that or even able to say that is because your client lit the house on fire, so we don't know how much Fireball he drank. Well, obviously not guilty. Let this woman go home. We don't know if he drank Fireball before he went out to a night of drinking, because pre-gaming is not a thing that anyone has ever done ever.
6 on October 2nd.
No, I have no way.
And because you were the lead detective on this case and you reviewed Dr. Burson's autopsy report, you're aware that Mr. Dickerson was actually found to have a fatty liver.
Yes, I believe so.
And did you ever look into what that means in terms of someone's ability to tolerate high levels of alcohol?
I didn't look specifically at that, no.
Okay, and you had an interview preparation meeting with Dr. Burson before he testified on Friday, right?
Yes.
And that wasn't asked, right?
No.
And let me ask you this. You don't get to be a detective in a case without skipping the first step of basic police work, doing more simple investigations such as a DUI case.
Correct.
So you have training and experience with DUI investigations, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that some people tolerate alcohol in a much more, or let me strike that and put it to you this way. You're aware that people sometimes can consume a lot of alcohol and drive actually relatively well.
Yes, that's correct.
May I have one moment, please?
Sure.
So we are taking the very, very loose fact that he had a fatty liver, not a cirrhotic liver, but a fatty liver, not liver cirrhosis, not the starting of liver cirrhosis, not even noted beyond fatty liver, which could be a byproduct of the American diet typically. And the man looked like he survived on nicotine and Hot Pockets. Find the lie. Okay. So it could be as a result of him being a bachelor and eating nothing but crap food. But again, where are we going with this? Are we trying to establish that he was balls to the wall drunk and then drove out and was able to interact with several people and function to go to enough bars and drive back home with, Huey and Dewey over there? And then, but he was drunk enough to be completely belligerently drunk and aggressive, but not drunk enough to drive? Where are you going with this?
Your Honor, since the prosecution's going to be recalling him, I don't have anything further for you, Mr. Burrows, at this time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any redirect from the state at this time?
Not this time.
All right, thank you. Mr. Burrows, you can retake your seat, sir.
Do you want me to leave these exhibits here, or do you want me to bring them to you?
Why don't you leave those there and we'll collect them in a moment. All right, the state may call their next witness.
At this time, the people call Brian Hunziker.
All right, thank you. Yes. Thank you. Sir, if you'll come forward, and before you sit down, if you'll raise your right hand for me. Sir, do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you, sir. Go ahead and have a seat. And Detective, if you can get as reasonably close to that microphone as you can, and Mr. Pralia, go ahead and continue.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Brian Hunziker. It's Hunziker, and I'm a detective with the Greeley Police Department.
How long have you been employed in law enforcement, and specifically with the Greeley Police Department?
With the Greeley Police Department, 16 years.
Okay. In what capacity have you been throughout that time?
I worked 6 years on patrol.
That's
and then I've been in
possibly true.
investigations as a detective for 10 years.
Sir, going back to October of 2021, did you assist Detective Burrows in this investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And fair to say you helped in a variety of ways?
Yes.
Okay. Ultimately, when it came to things such as automatic license plate readers, is that something you were familiar with?
Yes.
And you assisted in pulling those and providing those?
Yes.
Moving forward to your brief role today, did you assist in the arrest on November 11th, 2021?
Yes.
Can you describe what you were doing, what you were asked to do, and then ultimately where you went?
Myself and other detectives and officers were attempting to locate the defendant, and we ended up contacting her in the afternoon of November 11th of 2021. She was in a vehicle with another female, Hosanna Varela, and I ended up speaking with her in the parking lot before she was taken into custody.
All right. Sir, at that time, were you equipped with a body-worn camera as part of your uniform?
Yes.
If I could approach with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 142.
142, go ahead.
Sir, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a compact disc of my body-worn camera footage from that day.
Is it fair and accurate minus the redactions?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, move for the admission of 142.
Any objection to 142?
May I have a moment, please?
Sure.
we just renew our previous objections?
And just to make sure the record is clear, that was the previous objection contained in defense motion 45.
Yes, please.
All right, thank you. Noting the defendant's position, I will admit into evidence 142, and you may publish at your discretion.
Based on timing, I think we'll publish at a later time, but to be clear, was that your interaction with the defendant, Ms. Stacy Rodriguez?
Yes,
Do you see that individual in the courtroom today?
I do.
Will you please state where she's sitting, what she's wearing?
She's sitting at the defendant's table. She's wearing a green shirt, looks like dark pants.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the record reflect identification subject to cross-examination.
The record will so reflect.
Detective Hunziker, when you contacted the defendant on November 11th, 2021, did she ever say anything to you on camera, what's captured on your body-worn camera, or later, that she acted in self-defense?
No.
Those are my questions at this time.
All right, thank you. Any cross-examination? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you.
Could you breathe louder into the mic?
Good morning.
So you and other officers didn't just stumble across Miss Rodriguez and Miss Varela in the parking lot on 35th Avenue and 10th Street, right?
No.
In fact, the two women had been previously identified as suspects in this case.
Yes.
And yourself and other detectives and law enforcement and with the Greeley Police Department had been conducting surveillance at 4540 First Street Road in Greeley.
Yes.
And that's how you and other officers knew that Miss Varela and Miss Rodriguez were leaving the residence and traveled to this particular location on 35th and 10th on the day you contacted them on November 11th.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, how long have you been with the Greeley Police Department now?
Sure. 16 years.
16 years, okay. And this is not your first time conducting surveillance on a residence, is that fair to say?
No.
Okay. And law enforcement, particularly the Greeley Police Department as it applies here, has a very skilled way of conducting surveillance at locations so that you're not identified or readily identified by whoever you're trying to survey. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You have things like unmarked vehicles, right?
Yes.
You
Fake
have strategic
mustaches.
spots that you observe residents from.
Yes.
And when you and other officers conducted surveillance at 4540 First Street Road on November 11th, you had no indication that Miss Rodriguez or Miss Varela had seen yourself or other officers.
Just to be clear, I never went to that address, but
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
You had no information from your colleagues that Miss Varela or Miss Rodriguez knew or saw officers conducting surveillance on that residence.
to my knowledge, no.
And when
Yeah,
you
that would
approached
pre-
the Tahoe on November 11th in the
Pretty
parking lot,
dumb.
is it fair to say that Miss Rodriguez at least appeared to be surprised?
Yes.
And
Where are we going with this? She torched and stabulated someone. The fact that she's surprised that the cops found her, well, speaks to her arrogance and, well, inability to figure out what the hell, people are going to do when you torch someone and you stab someone. I mean, was she surprised? Well, then get her out of here. She is not guilty. The police surprised her. It's against her, constitutional right.
when you approached the Tahoe, you approached from the passenger side, right?
Yes.
And that's where Miss Rodriguez was sitting.
Yes.
And it was a casual encounter, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And from that moment on, at least one member of law enforcement had eyes on the vehicle until it was sealed up and towed and put into evidence, right?
Yes.
And at no point did Ms. Rodriguez have an opportunity to hide anything in the vehicle when you and other officers approached it when she wasn't expecting it.
I don't believe so.
And you didn't see any sort of furtive movements, right?
No.
And that would have, obviously, given the situation, be something you were looking for, right? If a suspect on a homicide case is making, sudden movements and reaching for something or putting something away.
Yes.
And likewise, neither did Ms. Varela have an opportunity to hide anything in the vehicle.
I don't believe so. I didn't walk over to the driver's side of the vehicle.
And when you were on the passenger side of the vehicle, you didn't see anything on the ground in the area, right?
I don't recall seeing anything.
And so whatever was in the Tahoe when the two women were ordered out of it or asked out of it was left and readily available to law enforcement.
Yes.
Okay, one moment, please.
Sure.
Nothing else, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any redirect examination?
No further questions.
All right, thank you. Detective, you can leave the witness stand. Thank you. All right, the state may call their next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the people could call Osana Varela.
All right, thank you. And can the parties approach? Matt, or can you move that?
I can take this.
Okay. Mr. Braley, if you can push that back, I'm sorry, the easel, if you don't mind. Thank you. Perfect, thank you.
Your guess is as good as mine. Oh, I guess we get
Can
to.
you free her right hand so she can take the oath, please?
Sorry.
Thank you. Ms. Varela, before you sit down, will you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you. Ms. Varela, if you'll have a seat at the deputy's direction. And Deputy, can you slide the microphone towards Ms. Varela as close as is reasonable? And Mr. O'Praley, you may begin.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. Will you please state your full name, spelling your last for the record?
Hosanna Adelina Varela, V like Victor, Arela.
Ms. Varela, I want to start just some basic information about yourself, okay? Where are you from?
Really?
Are you born and raised here? How old are you?
Now, just for background knowledge, she was charged with accessory after the fact and I believe several other crimes. She was convicted and got 33 years. Now, dependent on sort of what happens in this case, and the disposition and what she testifies to, she could possibly get a sentence reduction. But she is going into this knowing that, you know, she may or may not get any time off. So, you know, she is in orange, I did want to let you know, but she has already been adjudicated guilty for, you know, accessory after the fact, burglary, and several other things. So she's already been sentenced 33 years, but, you know, depending on what she says here, she might be able to get a reduction, and the state wasn't very specific about what that would be.
26.
And if you don't mind, Deputy, if we could just move something, just to make sure we're picking all this up. If you could just repeat how old you are.
26.
Do you have any children?
Yes.
Can you please state their names and their ages?
My son's DeAndre, and he's 8 years old. And then Jasmine, she's 7. And Anayi, she's 5.
Ma'am, who's the father of those children?
His name's Javier,
And how did you and Javier meet?
in high school.
What high school did you go to?
Really Central.
Mr. Braley, can you give us a second? We're going to reload it. Since she's looking for it, can you move the I think. It is, that's about as far as. Okay, all right, and Ms. Varela, can you just lean a little closer to the microphone when you're answering questions? All right, thank you. Mr. Praley, go ahead.
Sorry about the difficulties, ma'am. How did you meet your husband in school?
High school. For our freshman year, we were 14 years old.
And so when did you have then your first child?
I was 17.
Okay. And were you and Javier, were you guys married, common law married?
Common law married.
Okay. Going back to that time frame, where were you living with Javier and your 3 kids?
We were right across from Heath, Long Meadow Apartments.
Okay. And ma'am, were you working at the time?
Yeah.
Where were you working at the time?
While in 2001, I was working at JBS.
Okay. What were you doing at JBS in 2021?
Your Honor, I would object. Her answer was 2001. If we can clarify the timeline, please.
I'm sorry, what are you asking?
So she answered 2001. If we can please just clarify that was in 2021. I think I just want to make sure the date's clear.
I think she would have been an infant.
Oh,
Right.
I'm sorry, Ms. Varela, you said a date. Can you repeat that date to make sure we have it right for the record?
2021.
Okay. What year were you born?
1998.
Okay, so when you were 3, you weren't working at JBS?
Yeah.
Okay, to be very clear, when I'm asking about this, I was referring to where were you working at the time prior to this case? That would have been 2021.
Yeah.
Fair? And that would have been with your husband and your 3 children?
All right, give me just, I'll sustain that objection, Mr. Praley, if you want to rephrase, go ahead.
Where were you living?
At Long Meadow Apartments.
Okay, and that's when you were working at JBS?
Yeah.
What were you doing at JBS?
It was like, it was called rendering, so I was just sorting the meat there.
Okay. And for those that wouldn't know what JBS is that a meat packing plant?
It's a beef, yeah.
Okay. So does that mean she like picks out like that's a brisket and that's a leg? I am so woefully ignorant as to what actually happens to our food. I mean, we're looking at investing in a whole cow and I'll know where on like point on the cow where the, part came and I can just pull it out. Oh, well, I didn't figure it was probably what I thought.
Did you meet an individual by the name of Stacy Rodriguez while working at JBS?
Yeah.
Do you see that individual in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please state where she's sitting and what she's wearing?
She was on the right and she was wearing green.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the record reflect identification subject to cross.
The record will so reflect.
When you first met Ms. Rodriguez, the defendant, were you simply co-workers?
Yeah.
Did that change at some point?
Yes.
Can you describe how and when?
I knew a friend that was there that she was working with, and so when he would come around, we would talk, and she would just kind of be there, so we just started kind of becoming more like friends.
Okay. Can you also describe what your relationship was like with Javier?
It was rocky. We were already at the point
Good
where
idea.
we were kind of splitting up, and we were just kind of done at that point.
And so is it fair to say one relationship is growing while the other is
Yeah.
fading away?
Yeah.
Can you describe then how this friendship and being a colleague then transforms at a certain point with the defendant?
It just kind of happened one night, and after that night, from then that point on, it was just like 0 to 100.
Question, was there booze and or the devil's lettuce involved? Not because I question that either of you two can't have a genuine love for one another. I'm just that seems to be a little interesting that, you don't really know this person, you kind of hang out, you and your husband are going through a rough patch, and all of a sudden, like one night, just suddenly. So I'm guessing that there was some booze involved in this. I mean, I could be completely wrong, but I'm gonna say booze. I will definitely remind Mr. Moe to look into that, because that wasn't even something that would cross my mind, but it is absolutely something that we should do.
I want to go back and just take this slow. how was that occurring? Were you guys out after work? Was this at work?
Yeah,
Describe.
just kind of after work, we just started hanging out. Well, the one night happened when we went to go get tacos with my friend. It was us three, and
They did not just say that they started their lesbian relationship at the night that they went out for tacos. I can't, you guys. I can't. I am not mature enough for this trial. Life is sometimes just too flippin' funny in the worst, most redonkulous sort of ways. But are you kidding me? Are you, have you, I mean, this could not, are, y'all are for serials. You guys decided to embark on this girl love relationship on the night you went out for tacos. I'm just, for the record, am I getting everything straight? I guess do with that what you will, internet.
we, ever since that night after we, had sex, it just, from that point on, we were just hanging out every day.
And so you're hanging out with the three of you. Who's the other friend?
Gabe, I think his name was.
Okay. And then ultimately, it got intimate that night between you.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you said it went from 0 to 100. Describe what you mean by that.
Like, we were hanging out every day after work, and it just grew really fast, our relationship.
And at that point, did you place titles on it, or tell me what was happening?
I don't think there really was a title, but obviously it was something more than just friends. And
How is that relationship with the defendant impacting your relationship with Javier?
while it impacted mine and Javi's relationship a lot, because she was very we were just together, 24/7. And
Yeah, I can imagine it would be hard for your common law husband to be okay with your new girlfriend. That maths.
So to be clear, you were together at work, and you were together afterwards?
Yeah.
Pretty much all the time, according to your testimony. All right. Ma'am, I'm going to discuss a lot about October 3rd in a moment, but ultimately, can you describe the kind of activities that you and the defendant would go do after work?
Objection.
All right, can the parties approach?
We'd go to bars. We'd go to bars. And I think her testimony goes into the second day, or into another day.
Ma'am, had you and the defendant during this time period been down to the locations of downtown Greeley and the establishments down there?
yeah,
Okay. Were you familiar with them?
yeah.
Okay. I'm going to start forward and then work backwards, but on October 11th of 2021, ultimately, were you approached by law enforcement in the parking lot of a sound establishment?
In October,
In October. Ultimately, were you arrested at that time, ma'am?
I got arrested in November.
November, I apologize. November 11th. Do you recall that event?
Yeah.
When that happened, ma'am, can you describe what you were feeling to the jury?
I was scared, and I was just scared.
If we could, at this time, publish what's been admitted as People's Exhibit 188.
188, go ahead.
Ma'am, we're going to play the body-worn camera of your arrest at this time, okay?
Ooh, ladies forearm action. Spicy, spicy.
okay? Thanks. Are you okay to talk to me? Is that okay?
I mean, I guess.
Okay. You don't have to talk to me if you don't want to. Is that okay?
What is it about?
I just have a question about a case that I'm working.
Oh, okay.
So is that okay if I talk to you? Are you okay with me talking with you?
I mean, I don't know. I'm scared.
Yes or no? You don't have to talk to me, but if you're okay with me talking to you, I just have a couple questions for you. That's
No, I don't want to.
you don't want to?
Yes, I'm fine.
Are you sure?
I guess,
Okay,
yeah.
you don't have to.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Quick question. So case I'm working, we're talking to everybody who was at a bar on a night, October 3rd, 2013. It would have been a Sunday morning, Saturday night, leading into Sunday morning. Okay, were you ever at Bethesda that night?
October 3rd?
Yeah.
It was on Saturday.
Saturday into Sunday morning.
I think so, yeah.
What's that?
I think I was.
You were at Bethesda? Okay. How long were you there for?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No.
Okay. Do you remember being at the bar?
Kinda, yeah.
Okay.
I usually go there kind of a lot, so.
Okay, you go to that bar a lot?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember talking to anybody while you're there?
I see my friends there all the time, but
Who are your friends?
just the people that usually are at the bars.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Who were you there with?
Bar friends.
It could have been with, I have no idea, my sister or, yeah,
Who is that?
Stacy.
Okay. Were you there with Stacey?
Maybe, I could have been there.
All right. Do you remember October 3rd at all? Okay. When you were there, did you ever see this guy?
No, it doesn't look familiar.
He doesn't look familiar?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You never saw him? You never saw him at the bar or anything? Yeah, the case involves him. That's the case I'm listening.
Oh, okay.
But you never saw him or anything?
He doesn't look familiar.
Okay. All right. Did you ever go after the bar? Where did you go?
Probably my mom's.
Where's your mom live?
She lives on the west side. I don't know her exact address.
Okay. All right. On the west side?
Yeah.
Like, where at?
Like over there by.
Like where you just followed me from.
Oh, like 29th Street?
Yeah.
Okay. Like in the, is it west 29th, Buffalo Wild Wings?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Where does she live? Like,
It's the T-Bone Ranch.
like
apartment.
apartments?
Yeah.
Okay. Are they at T-Bone Ranch or there's like
It's
apartments further
I
down?
think it's the T-Bone Ranch.
Okay, because the T-Bone Ranch is right across the street from Buffalo Wild
It's a
Wings.
little bit more down.
It's just like all the way down, or
Yeah.
okay. So your mom was there. You went to her house afterwards.
Yeah.
Okay. But you don't remember ever seeing this guy?
I don't know. He doesn't look familiar.
Okay. Doesn't look familiar to you at all. All right. Did you ever go to anybody's house that night?
No.
You never went to anybody's house?
No.
Okay. Never went to this guy's house?
No.
Okay. Would you have been too intoxicated?
Hey, sweetie, just for future reference, police officers, like parents, sometimes ask questions for which they already know the answers. Like, we can definitely pretty much already tell when you've gotten into the cookie jar and eaten all the Oreos because you have Oreo all over your mouth. So if we ask you the same question twice and we're giving you a chance to change your mind, this is where, she realized she should have gotten in touch with an attorney.
To remember anything?
I was pretty drunk. I usually get like drunk at like.
How drunk were you?
I have no idea.
Like, would you have remembered if you went to somebody's house and you were hanging out with somebody?
Maybe.
Okay. Yes or no?
Probably.
Okay. You would have remembered. So you would have remembered this guy.
He doesn't look familiar.
Okay. All right. Anything else you want to tell me, or anything else you want to know?
No.
Okay. All right. Brett, are you good? Right here. All right. I'm gonna go chat with Stacey real quick. Okay. Thank you. Oh, hey, what? Are you still gonna talk to me? Is that okay?
I guess.
Okay. Yes or no?
Sure.
Okay. What car were you guys in that night?
I don't know. What car was it?
Do you ever drive a Chevy Malibu?
No, I don't think so.
You never been to Chevy
No.
Malibu? Okay. Does anybody you know own a Chevy Malibu?
No. My mom used to own a Chevy Malibu. She don't have that
Nobody
car.
else owns a Chevy Malibu? Does Stacey own a Chevy Malibu?
I don't.
Does her family own a Chevy Malibu?
I don't have no idea.
Okay. All right. Thanks. We good, Brian?
Yeah, I talked to Stacy here. She said she doesn't know who this is. She was at two Betas last Thursday and maybe a week or two prior to that.
Yeah.
She doesn't believe she's ever been to the 2413 15 Avenue Court address. She doesn't know anybody who drives a silver Chevy Malibu. Is that right?
Yeah.
And have you ever driven a Chevy Malibu? Okay. What's your current address right now? What's your current phone number?
They're letting these heifers think they're leaving after this.
22.
All right, Stacey, will you step out of the car for me? You can grab your phone if you want.
Yeah. Can
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
She has shockingly slender arms for her body proportions.
Yeah. Go ahead. What are you looking for? Just the hair type?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's start sharp then.
Sure. Okay. Do you want your phone or anything? You don't have to have it. It's up to you.
You're not going to get to have it where you're going.
Okay, turn around to us. So any second. Go ahead and put your fingers together. There you go. Yeah. We're in a double.
Can't tell yet. I haven't seen the collar.
There you go. Simon, turn around for me. You're under arrest. Put your fingers together. Like, make it. There you go. Interlace them. There you go. Chip, house. Yeah. Do you guys want to roll up? I got it. I think we got two. Very good. You're under arrest for first degree murder, arson, burglary, and tampering with justice body. Okay? Alright, that's what you're being charged with. Stacy's being charged with that as well too. If you want to talk to me, I'll talk to you about it. I can understand what happened. Okay? It's only if you want to. You don't have to. If you want to talk to me, I'll listen to your story. I'll always listen to people's story.
Yeah.
Okay? Is that something you'd like to do? Is talk to me?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright.
Keep talking.
We're gonna talk to the station.
Okay.
Take away from everybody else. Away from Stacy.
Okay.
Is that something you'd like to do?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. I'll hear your story.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Alright. I can see it in your
Oh,
face.
no, ma'am. You should have said, I would like a lawyer, and then I will proffer my story for a deal.
Alright. She wants to talk. Good. Do you have anything on you?
I have my phone and then I don't have anything on my computer.
We'll stay over here. We'll keep Stacy over there.
We got a car coming. Perfect. We're getting a patrol question. So Jackson's on his way over to the house. Tell you on the car. How do you want to do that? Just tell them we're taking it. Yep. Like,
Yeah. Let's take them out.
okay. Yeah.
Oh, and there's a Kroger
Yeah.
or a Piggly Wiggly.
So, thanks, Jerry. Okay.
I do not know.
Start getting superior for it.
Who's got your kids right now?
They're at the brother's house. Yeah. I was just leaving if I had to sort of, because I usually pick them up from school, but I didn't know you to.
Just give us 1 second. We're just trying to get this area transferred. Okay. You good? Stacy?
I always knew I had more fresh idea points than they let on. It was a big scandal. They have been trying to screw me out of gas points for years. Also, because I can't remember where the hell I put my original, Kroger card. And I never registered it. But still, it's definitely totally that. And hopefully nothing involving anything gross or terrible.
Have you been informed of what you're arrested for?
No.
Okay. Being arrested for first degree murder, arson, burglary, and tampering with a deceased body. Okay?
Is there proof of that?
Yes.
Yeah, an innocent person would say, what the hell are you talking about? Do you know who I am? Well, okay, not in a Sarah Boone way, but I'd be like, do you know who I am? Like, I don't leave my house. I am always streaming. Like, this has to be a, you know, prank. I wouldn't say, well, do you have proof? Because, honest to God, it generally happens that they don't arrest you unless they have proof or you're in Canton. I don't know how that works in Canton, to be fair with you, but I think if you are sober while driving in Canton, you will get pulled over, is all I can figure, because the entire police force that I can tell seems to be constantly inebriated. So, who knows?
Ma'am, as to what we saw on 188 as it deals with your encounter, was that the truth?
Objection. Reapproach.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah,
How long were you at the Weld County Jail?
for a little over 2 years.
And ma'am, prior to that, did you have any involvement with being at the Weld County Jail?
No.
Objection.
All right, can the parties approach?
Ma'am, you were at the Weld County Jail after your arrest in this case for over 2 years?
Yeah.
And during that time period, were you aware if Ms. Rodriguez, the defendant, was also at the Weld County Jail?
Yes.
And how did you know that?
We got arrested at the same time.
Okay. And would you also see her at times?
Yeah.
Okay. Ma'am, at the Weld County Jail, were you provided a note?
Yes.
Specifically, were you provided multiple notes?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to approach with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 204,
204, go ahead.
and then later provide 220.
204 and 220.
Starting with 204, do you recognize that, ma'am?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's a note from Stacy.
Objection, speculation, lack of personal knowledge.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
You said it's a note from Stacy.
Yes.
Why do you believe it's a note from Stacy?
She called herself Baby Joker.
Okay. And specifically in People's Exhibit 204, it referenced it's Baby Joker's fault.
Yeah.
It's like saying it's my fault if I go by that name.
Yes.
What do you believe that's written on, ma'am?
Paper towel.
Okay. And do you have paper towels in the Weld County Jail?
Yes.
Okay. In your relationship leading up to your arrest, were you able to see any handwritings from the defendant?
Objection, 702.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
You can answer, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any concerns based on the content of that letter that that is from the defendant?
Yeah.
No?
No.
Okay. Do you believe that was written by the defendant?
Yeah.
Specifically, do you believe it deals with the situation dealing with Christopher Dickerson,
Yes.
the basis of your arrest?
Yes.
Did you receive that note while at the Weld County Jail?
Yes.
You had stated that you believed it because of what it was written on as well as the content.
Yeah.
And then it's Baby Joker's fault.
Yes.
At the bottom, can you describe what it says on that?
It says flush.
Do you have toilets at the Weld County Jail?
Yes.
There's also an aspect of the writing where it says, hang in there, babe. Yes?
Yeah.
Would that correspond to the type of relationship that you had as you previously described being intimate with the defendant?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of 204.
Any objection to 204?
Same previous objection.
All right, noting the defendant's maintained objection, I will overrule the objection and admit into evidence states 204, and you may publish at your discretion.
If I may also approach with 219.
219, okay.
Ma'am, do you recognize 219 as being a photograph of 204?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate photo of the admitted exhibit now?
Yeah.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of 219.
Any objection to 219?
Yes, Your Honor, cumulative 40143, it's the exact same thing.
All right, and this is just a photograph of 204, is that right?
Correct.
Can I see 204 just briefly? Yes.
Would you like 219?
I just need 204 right now. All right, thank you. Given the nature of the material that 204 is written on, I will overrule the objection and admit into evidence 219. And you may publish either at your discretion.
I would like to publish 204 for the jury,
All right, go ahead. Sonia, will you?
and then I'll display 219 on the screen.
All right, thank you.
Permission to publish 219 as the physical is being passed around.
Yes, you can.
Ma'am, while that's being published, if you could please look at what's in front of you is 220, the
What in the heck? Do people really make little circles on their eyes instead of a dot? This seems like it would take longer to draw because you have to make a circle versus dash, dash. To be fair, I don't think she's, worrying about overuse of, her hand for writing too many notes. We might have different, priorities.
Ma'am, I want to go over the aspects of 204 was the physical, 219 is the photocopy of it. You have that in front of you. Can you just generally, well, let me ask it this way. The initial line says, I hope you kept the same story, you ain't dumb, and then it's I-K, they're gonna trick you. But if you ain't see or do or hear anything, you're cool, don't give in to they shit. Let's break that down. I hope you kept the same story. Was that the same story that we just listened to and saw on the body-worn camera on 188 of just denying being there?
All right,
That we
overrule
don't
the
know
objection.
him.
You can answer me.
Yeah.
Okay, describe that.
She had told me to say I didn't see anything, I didn't hear anything, I didn't know anything about it.
Okay, okay. So essentially that you guys were never there,
No.
okay? And that's what you stated in 188. Is that fair to say, the body-worn camera of your arrest?
Yeah.
Okay. And so there was never any indication from this note that you were supposed to see everything, that you did something, and that you heard everything, fair? This note is the opposite,
Yeah.
okay? It said, hang in there, babe, you'll be out soon. I just need to see how not to dig myself deeper, okay? What'd you take from that?
I think so.
I don't know what really she meant by that.
Okay.
But maybe like not talk too
Objection,
much.
speculation.
I'll sustain that objection.
Well, the note says, I just need to see how not to dig myself deeper.
Again,
right?
asked and answered.
I'll overrule the objection. The witness can answer if that's what the note says.
Is that fair to say then? She's stating, I need to not dig myself a deeper hole, and then she responds by saying, I know it's baby Joker's fault. Yes?
Yeah.
And again, has the defendant told you, or are you aware that she goes by baby Joker?
Yes.
Then the next sentence is, it probably crossed your mind to say stuff, but then you going down too.
No, I have a more cogent question. So this chick is like, look, I have a homicidal, alter personality, or, a slightly demonic personality. I called baby Joker. And she's like, ooh, be still my heart. I don't know. I feel like both of these lawyers could ask more better crafted questions, because I feel like some of these things that they're asking are a little bit awkward, and I don't think that the witnesses can understand what they're saying. I do expect, I am going to stop it here. I do expect that we will see fireworks for the cross. Again, this is the witness that if you are the defense, you are going to want to discredit. You are going to need to make her look terrible, horrible, awful, and no good if you want the jury to, not listen to anything she says. That being said, I mean, it is also jailhouse, confessional stuff. So people are going to have to take that into account. And let me see who I can send you guys to, because I always forget to do this, but I am trying to be better. Ooh, it looks like defense diaries are on. So I will kick you. Well, it looks like everyone is doing. I'll kick you over to Baker's. He is doing Karen Reed, but I guess everyone's doing Karen Reed today except for me. And I realize that sounds like a fun time or a terrible time. Anywho, have a wonderful, wonderful day. I will see you guys in the morning tomorrow. I will probably be working on the end to the Skelton brothers. I'll clip out that part of the hearing and add my final thoughts. But tonight is date night. Wednesday nights are date night. So I'm going to get some chips and salsa and a margarita. And, well, then we'll probably come home and watch, some sort of food review channel. But, hey, romance at 14 years is quite a bit different than romance at, 2 months like these two chicks. We no longer pick up guys in back alleys. At some point, your romance becomes let's go out and not have to get kids' meals. I will see you guys later. Thank you for joining me, and be kind to yourself, be kind to others, but carry a can of bitch fire, because kindness no longer equals doormat. Bye, you guys.